Let's take advantage of the network in these 2 days. I welcome us warmly. Thank you.
Once again, please put your hands together for Mr. Chairman. You know, 2 years ago and last year, the chair before him, my friend and brother Kola Bigbe also, I refer to him as a digital chair. So I am still scrambling my head. I will refer to this, my brother, in his tenure, the next 2 years. I don't know. He speaks without notes. He just talks and it makes sense. Doesn't it make sense? I think he does. Once again, put your hands together for Mr. Tunde. So we will move very fast. I need us to keep to time because we have a lot to do today. And I want to also urge us to please, when it gets to time, pick your pen and paper to write, to take notes, to connect and do the needful. We like to now have join us for the opening address, the President and Chairman of Council, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Gabriel Idausa, FCA, who is here today, ably represented by his deputy, Engineer Leye Kupolu. Please put your hands together for Mr. President.
Thank you. When the chairman said, can you be a billionaire for being a farmer? And I told my brother there that most of the richest human beings on earth are farmers. And I come from a village, a state, and a town where the richest people there, they are all farmers. Where I come from, after this, come and ask me. When you say 10 richest men in my town, they are at home. They are not in Lagos. They are not in Abuja. They are not in the US. They are not in Canada. They are not in the UK. They are back home there, and they are farmers. I come from a place where the export in their commodity this year to a single country was about $1 billion. Therefore, we are here today. I can say those of us that are here today are lucky that you want to listen to something that can change your life, change our life. And when we talk about inflation in Nigeria, I'm sorry before I read what the president had here. It's on twofold: transportation and food. Transportation and food. Any one of us here knows that from your income, what you spend so much money on today in Nigeria is how to feed food. Therefore, the opportunities is there if we can feed ourselves. And those of you here today, if you take a decision that you want to feed Nigeria, immediately you become a billionaire. We are lucky as a chamber, just as Sunday said, lucky to have very versatile people as our chairman of our Greek group. They have never dropped the ball. When I'm here, and I saw the gentleman here and what you had displayed, I said, we thank God for those who still a Greek group, and we are very happy. The protocol is like this. All the speakers here, you are all recognized, and Oba, you are recognized. Thank you for making it. The chairman and former chairman, and more importantly, the most important people and the most important person here today is the one that was here, that God has ordered their steps to be here because they are the most important in Nigeria, and that person is you. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 2025 Annual Affairs Symposium of our Agri-Allied Group. The theme of this year's symposium, Agribusiness in the 21st Century, Challenges and Narrative, could not be mere timely, but more urgent, more inspiring. Today, as we gather in this hall, we are not merely attending another agric event. We are here as a stakeholder in a movement to transform the way our society perceives, invest in, and benefit from agriculture and agribusiness. We are here to move agri from being seen as survival activities to being understood and embraced as a wealth-creating, technology-driven, global competitive sector. The 21st century has brought with it unprecedented challenges: climate change, food insecurity, supply chain disruption, and changing consumption patterns. Yet, it has also opened new frontiers for innovation, digital agriculture, biotechnology, precision farming, climate smart system, agri-value chain integration across the globe. Agri is no longer just about tilling the soil or it is about digital-driven farming, drone monitoring feed, smart irrigation system. The vertical farming in the urban space, I think that is what my brother was talking about, vertical farming, where you have about 24 stories just for vegetable. I wish one day we have something like that in Ibadan to compete with the cocoa house. Blockchain ensuring transparency in food supply chain. Young agripreneurs build startups that attract venture capital just as tech companies do. For Nigeria and Africa, the changes in narrative is not luxury, it is a necessity. With a population projected to be 400 million by 2050, Nigeria must position agriculture as both a food security imperative and economic growth drive. We cannot afford to rely on crude oil as an anchor to our economy in this country. The real oil beneath our feet, the renewable wealth that God has blessed us with, is agriculture. From rice to cassava, from palm oil to fishery, from horticulture to livestock, from agri remain Nigeria's most strategic pathway to diversification, job creation, poverty reduction, and inclusive growth. According to National Bureau for Statistics, agri currently contribute 25% to our national GDP, employing nearly 35% of our labor force, yet the potential remains under-optimized. The fact that Nigerians still depend on billions annually to import food, a call for action. One American president was here, was in 1999, year 2000. He said, a country cannot develop by what is under your feet, but what you can use your head to do. And that was Bill Clinton. And I think we are here today to see using our natural resources, which is the vital land we have in Nigeria, and our effort to turn this land, to turn our water, to feed ourselves. And I know that today we will achieve that by all of us gathering here today. It is a good news that the narrative is already shifting across Nigeria. Innovative agribusiness leaders are providing agriculture can be profitable, competitive, and transformational. Companies like Farm Crowdy, one of the African first digital agriculture platforms, has shown how technology can connect smallholder farmer to investor and market. Youth-driven enterprise like Thrive Agri have used farm crowding and data to thousands of farmers, increasing yield and income. We have success story like Pastry International in Oyo State, which process cassava into starch for both local and international market, reducing import dependence and creating jobs for rural women. In Kano, innovative rice miller has transformed the local paddy into brand rice and compete with foreign import. This example remind us that Nigerian agriculture is a story of struggle, but a story of possibility. To truly change the narrative, however, we must focus on 5 key pillars. We must embrace technology and innovation. Mechanization, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology must become a mainstream with partnership forged between agribusiness, tech company, and research institution. We must ensure youth and women inclusion. The future of agribusiness belongs to them, and we must deliberately create programs that make agri attractive, not as a feedback career, but as a first choice enterprise. With 60% of our population under the age of 35, the energy, creativity, and digital skill of our youth must harness to power agribusiness. We must address financing and investment. Without access to finance, the best idea will remain dreams. We need innovative finance model, blended finance, impact investment, insurance, and agri-bond that can unlock capital for small-scale farmer and agribusiness. We must develop value chain. Nigeria must stop exporting raw product, start building value locally through agri-processing packaging, branding, and export readiness. We must prioritize sustainability and climate resilience because the future of agribusiness depends on how we respond to climate change. And through climate smart agriculture, renewable energy, and good practice. Just like one country that claimed to have imported about $1 billion cocoa from Nigeria. And I asked the ambassador and the businessmen that came here, I say, what about your plan of having a processed cocoa from Nigeria? And they look at themselves. It's like, I want to spoil business for them. And the ambassador look at those businessmen that came, and they look at me straight. And they said, it won't happen. That's the message that I want to bring back to you. They are here taking your raw cocoa. They are here taking most of other raw things. They don't add any value. Because you only need to add additional 10% value to have another 50% profit. That is the challenge that we have here today. How do we just add just 10% value to that raw material, and you see that your yield in terms of profit will come out to about 50%. In other words, the same country that take $1 billion cocoa from Nigeria, if all of us here today come together with state research institution and those of us here that are entrepreneurs, and we start adding value to it, you see that your export on the same commodity with the same quantity will become $1.5 billion. I think that is what we need to achieve here today. As we begin this symposium, I call on government officials, financial institutions, investors, farmers, researchers, and entrepreneurs present here today to open their mind, share ideas, forge partnership that will translate into action. Let us not leave the symposium with only one communique photographs. Let's leave with commitment. Commitment to fund, to innovate, to make, to invest, and to implement. Changing the narrative is not just about what we say. It is about what we do consistently until agriculture in Nigeria becomes a global recognized story of transformation. I'm sure you that we continue to provide platform like this, advocate for policy that favor agri-business, partnership with shareholders and stakeholders to make agribusiness true backbone of our economy. Together, we will change the narrative from substantive to prosperity, from challenges to opportunity, from potential to performance, and I welcome you all once again. I declare this proposal open. All what you have heard me say, that the word from Mr. Gribe Idausa, the president of the chamber, but the voice is from me. You can see me, I'm not an AI, I'm a human being. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Mr. Deputy President. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. And sir, you also know that each time you have that caveat that the test is of the president, while the voice is of the deputy. Then I move forward to also say, very soon, pretty very soon, it will be both voice and test of the deputy president. Thank you so much, sir, for representing the president so well. All right. As you can see on your program, we're supposed to have the next keynote speaker, which is Mr. Ayo Shotirin, MD and CEO of Bank of Agriculture. But we will do a swap. Mr. Chair, do we have our brother from Abuja? All right. So we will do a swap and go quickly to Abuja. We have him ready online. He is the Executive Director, MOFI, Ms. Dr. Femi Ogusinde. He will be talking to us very soon. Then we'll come back to, he's actually supposed to speak to us tomorrow, but I'm told he's ready today for us. So we take him, then we go to what is next. Technical team, do we have him on now? Do you have Dr. Femi? Thank you. Dr. Femi, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Dr. Femi. Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, I want to apologize for not being there physically. It was due to events that had been programmed prior to receiving the invitation, and for which I was not able to extricate myself. Secondly, I also want to bring good tidings from the managing director of MOFI, Dr. Armstrong Takang, and the rest of the management team and staff, and to also applaud the Lagos Chamber of Commerce for this very timely initiative to shed light on opportunities in the agri sector. The theme of this symposium, Agribusiness in the 21st Century, Changing the Narrative, in my own opinion, is very urgent. We look at the role agriculture plays in our economic construct. It accounts for 25% of our GDP, as everybody knows. But I think what gives me hope, what gives the rest of my team in MOFI hope, is that when you look at how we practice it, largely subsistence farming, and you look at its contribution to our economy, you can see that by itself, focusing on agriculture, it has the capabilities of doubling or tripling our GDP as a nation. And I was also very enthused, listening to the speech of Mr. Gabriel Idahose, as read by Engineer Leye Ekupului, emphasizing the role of value addition prior to exports. I think this is actually very, very, very key. And I want to commend him for bringing this to fore as well. Yields, as he had mentioned, they remain far below the global averages. If you look at yield in the rice production space, for instance, we're doing about 2 tons per hectare. In Asia, this number is actually double or triple. And so this old narrative of underperformance in this sector, despite the potential, will need to change. And changing that narrative, it requires some critical changes and a difference in terms of how we approach things. We have to try and move from subsistence farming to commercial scale agriculture. And that means leveraging and embedding technology in production, developing the processing capacity that is required, and then linking the farmers to structured markets. It means building agriculture as an investable sector with returns that attract private capital. At MOFI, our role is to unlock capital for strategic national priorities. Agriculture is central because it sits at the intersection of food security, industrialization, and export diversification. But the sector suffers from 2 main gaps. One, the financing gaps. Agricultural credit represents less than 5% of total banking lending today, which is far below the needs of the sector. 2, infrastructure gaps. Storage, logistics, power, and processing capacity, they remain weak. And this leads to the post-harvest losses that we are all aware of, up to about 40–50% in some cases along the value chain. And that is why for us, advancing the Integranium initiative, a financing and investment platform that is designed to mobilize large-scale blended capital into agriculture, is where we have crystallized our approach to intervening in this sector. The approach is threefold. 1, de-risking projects through pooled structures, credit enhancements, and a coordinated approach adhering to global best practices so that private sectors can confidently enter the sector. 2, integration across the value chain, not just primary production, but also agro-processing, storage, logistics, and then export infrastructure. And 3, scale and focus, targeting priority crops like rice, soybeans, cocoa, just to name a few, and fisheries, where Nigeria has comparative advantages and strong domestic demand. Through Integranium, in MOFI, we are building partnerships with state governments to ensure that we can also task them to fulfill their own share of the responsibilities in the sector. We're engaging development finance institutions in helping to further de-risk the path to unlock capital into this sector. We're engaging technical operators locally as well as internationally, from India, from Brazil, to see how we can learn from them and we can transpose these learnings to our small-scale farmers and to the existing structured farmers so that we can scale and start to also farm and manage a chunk of the acreage that we have available to us. And then we also want to engage the private equity funds that will deliver the projects that are not just viable, but are transformative. So in this 21st century, agriculture must be redefined as a business, not a way of life. And with the Honorable Minister's leadership on policy and the private sector's capital and expertise, and with initiatives like Murphy's Integranium bridging this financing gap, I believe that Nigeria can shift from being a net importer of food to being a regional agricultural powerhouse. This is how I think we change the narrative. And in closing, I just want to thank once again the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for putting this initiative together. We pledge our support and our partnership considerations to you to see how together we can start to change this narrative and make agriculture a viable business. Thank you very much, and I look forward to engaging in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Femi Ogunside. Thank you, sir, for that powerful delivery of your speech. Thank you so much. I believe we'll take the conversation further from here at LCCI. Thank you so much. And this summit is also committed to deliberating on some of these key issues you had listed. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Femi. All right, while Dr. Femi was on with his keynote address, we had one of the distinguished sons of the Yoruba land joined us, a prince from where the source. We had with us my brother and Egbon, Prince Abimbola Olashore, FCA, Vice President here at LCCI, and Chairman of the Trade Promotion Board. I also need to add that he is also the President and Chairman of Council of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Put your hands together for Prince Abimbola Olashore. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, Omoba. So we will then move to, while we are expecting the Secretary of the State Government, I'm told she's on her way. We also have the Commissioner of the Ministry of Agriculture also, Abiola Olusoya also on her way. We would like to have the founder of the Etioni Development Group. We had introduced him earlier. He will be talking to us right now. Cocoa farming in the 21st century. Put your hands together for Oba Dokun Thompson. Please, let's clap for Oba until he comes to the rostrum, please. Thank you, sir. When I grow up, I would like to learn how to put on white like Oba like this. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I was scheduled to speak for 11:50. It's 10:50. It seems like cocoa farming, changing the narrative, is about fast forwarding everything. So I have a text here, and I'm going to try and read everything so that I don't miss some points. Over the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a reawakening in Nigeria and Africa as a continent with a level of resolve to take our future in our own hands. For me, it is what I state as redefining Africa for the purpose of value and wealth creation. And it is something that has robbed us for centuries The question now is, how do we begin to realize our worth, the value of our resources, and to exploit this value for our benefits for transformational purpose that leads to nation building? Only last week, the president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, made a statement. Nigeria's share is our green wealth. We produce nearly 40% of the world's supply, yet capture less than 1% of its $6.5 billion global market. That imbalance ends now. President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, represented by Engineer Kupoluyi, my dear brother, Prince Bimbo Olashore, the president of the Nigeria British Chamber of Commerce, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today I am speaking on the sub-theme, cocoa farming in the 21st century. The first question I would like to ask is, what does this really mean? Following the president's statement on share, a temporary ban was placed on exportation for raw share for 6 months. This was not done without a reason, plan, or strategy. But the largest share butter refinery in the whole of Africa was opened early August in Kudu, Mokwa in Niger State, with an initial capacity of 30,000 tons annually, with possibility of expanding to about 120,000 tons annually. Without going into too much details, we know what that means and what it will translate to in terms of economic value, job creation, social services, and physical infrastructure development. In short, cocoa farming in the 21st century is not just about growing or planting cocoa. It is just about looking for cocoa seedlings and planting, wait for a few years to begin to harvest, ferment, dry, bag, and sell off to whoever wants to buy. Cocoa farming in the 21st century must be intentional and a deliberate economic activity that must address our interests as a people or a nation. It must contribute positively to our GDP. It must address social and ethical issues. It must offer value that makes transformation of our communities possible. It must be done in a sustainable manner that will ensure we are still able to reap benefits even in the 22nd and 23rd centuries and beyond. Why should this be the case? The farming of cocoa in Nigeria as a crop since the 19th century was not initiated by the colonials, but by us. But its marketing structure, like those of all other cash crops, has been colonial in nature. And that situation is not peculiar with Nigeria alone. Cocoa is best described as a bitter-sweet story, and one with an oligopolistic market. The cocoa industry as of today is dominated by about 5 companies who control and determine the prices, the outputs, including what constitutes its quality, with significant barriers placed at entry for potential competitors, the training modules for farmers, and so on. My great-grandfather, Guru A.J. Thompson, started producing cocoa as far back as 1896 in Etiole. after the Kiriji War of 1878 to 1886. Thank you. So we have the oldest cocoa plantation in the country, and we are still producing till date. Even though this same cocoa built the then Western Nigeria into perhaps the most advanced region in the continent, Etioni was left for poor, just like Oloibiri, the first place where crude oil was drilled from in Nigeria. While every other part of Nigeria continues to benefit from the value of these agricultural and natural resources, it is like a curse upon these communities. And I, as an individual, refuse to believe or accept this as our fate, because my great-grandfather could not have brought a curse upon his own land. Even if Oloibiri already had oil in the ground, he brought cocoa, and it was for benefit and blessing. It was to build a new community he had just founded and established after a devastating war, which was the longest communal war in the region. When I became the Oloni of Etioni, Osun State in 2008, my vision was to transform Etioni from a rural community into a sustainable model smart town. And the only way this was going to be possible was to first identify our resources, which were our land, our people, and our cocoa. And secondly, define them in a manner that we could extract the value that would fund all our development initiatives to build that vision. This led to the founding of what I called the Cocoa Renaissance Initiative, which I can as well now call cocoa farming in the 21st century. Farming, as we say, simply means the process of cultivating soil, planting and growing crops to produce food and raw materials for human use. Today, in the 21st century, cocoa has gone beyond a product only for conversion into derivatives that we just eat. It has become a tool and currency for advancement and development. When we look at the wholesomeness of this crop, on one part, there's an art to it, and on the other part, there's science. And this helps to understand its nature, its potential, the opportunities that lie within that will help unlock the wealth it actually carries. Cocoa has been called by several names. It was known as food of the gods because thousands of years ago, it was used as part of the rituals for initiation rites in a religious ceremony. And then food of the kings because of its delicate and unique flavor, which was said to be fit only for the pleasure of kings, and then the food of love as a gift to loved ones, irrespective of age, gender, or creed. We live in a very contemporary period with advanced technology and artificial intelligence as part of what is employed, not only in communication or how we engage with one another, but even to enhance several traditional business practices and processes, including agricultural procedures that Nigeria and Africa as a whole cannot afford to be left behind. Over the last century, man has advanced its techniques in areas of agriculture production and has devised ways, several ways, to optimize what is available to get the best quality with increased output from little input. Cocoa farming continues to go through several transformations because the crop has several layers to it. And in the 21st century, we must understand what comes with each layer, the multiple benefits which can translate to wealth and communities and the nation. The West African region produces 75% of the world's cocoa supply, with an annual industry value of about $200 billion. Yet, the region makes only about $10 billion from cocoa. Cocoa is a dynamic product. Yes, the most common and end product made from cocoa is chocolate, with an annual global value of about $120 billion, projected to reach $140 billion in the next decade. And this was the very reason we started the Cocoa Renaissance Initiative, to create the much needed awareness and build the cocoa culture, because the value of cocoa or any such product is in its consumption. And that is achieved by developing that culture. Cash crops can be consumed in several ways across several industries. In the case of cocoa, the primary product is raw cocoa beans, while the secondary and industrial product is cocoa mass or liquor, cocoa butter, cocoa cake, or powder. And the tertiary products are the end products made from cocoa, such as confectionery or chocolate or beverages. It is also heavily used within the pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and beverage industries, with huge potentials and opportunities in what I describe as cocoa byproducts, e.g., education, research, entertainment, fashion, tourism, and merchandising sectors. But this aspect is usually undermined or disregarded in Africa. When we look at chocolate, for instance, there are opportunities in branding, packaging, logistics, etc. And I always say that in Nigeria, we have not even scratched the surface of the logistics business, which is a highly specialized industry that requires expertise across industries. In the Western world, there are specialist logistics companies for fashion or furniture. It is not lumped as one where same vehicles are used to carry all manner of goods or products that come their way. No one is going to paint the picture we desire, and we must do it ourselves. The International Cocoa Organization was established with the main objective of building the local cocoa economy of producing regions. But after almost 50 years of its existence, we can see that the multinationals trading in raw cocoa or in making chocolate have multiplied in size and revenue, while the producing regions remain in poverty, neglect, with very little or no social services of physical infrastructure. These same multinationals come with different types of programs, not different from providing us with aid or help. And one thing I am sure of is that we are not helpless, and can confidently say our Cocoa Renaissance Initiative is on course, with several people trying to have a better understanding and working on adding value to our cocoa, with governments within the region looking at adopting new policies that will help harness the opportunities in cocoa, coffee, cashew, and similar crops. I must say our initiative is strongly hinged on the understanding that without collaboration and partnerships, we will find it very difficult to succeed, and we strongly advocate for that. For instance, the cocoa producing industry was divided into bulk purchase cocoa and fine flavor cocoa, with only Madagascar and Sao Tome in Africa classified as producing fine flavor cocoa. But last year, Ghana and Cameroon were included in that list, with a little clause that they are not yet sure how much of fine flavor cocoa they produce. We as a group are currently doing a scientific research on cocoa from Etioni to prove the flavor profile from the agricultural practices over just simple classification based on region of production without any scientific backing. The work is being done in partnership with Zurich University of Applied Sciences, and once the results come out, we will be able to properly define the particular chemical compounds that are responsible for particular flavor profiles in cocoa. On the other hand, there's another group in the UK who have also recently come up with preliminary results of their research work and claims that the flavor profiles of cocoa is developed by the presence of certain microbes during the fermentation process. In the 21st century, we must understand that the development of the cocoa industry and the culture of it was not developed by just one nation, but built across the region through collaboration that brought convergence to the several actions of the different sectors of the industry, together to achieve one objective. 60% of our cocoa is exported to the European markets. And by the 1st of January 2026, the European Deforestation Regulation will be enforced, which means that the cocoa produced in areas that are regarded as being produced in an area that was deforested after 31st December 2020 will not be allowed into the EU. Yes, this is a challenge that must be addressed. And in the 21st century, we're going to see more compliance issues from different markets. While cocoa farming started with what we can call traditional agricultural practices, TAP, it moved to good agricultural practices, GAP. Then best agricultural practices, BAP. And at each of these different farming protocols, a lot goes into training for farmers. And today, we speak of smart agricultural practices, SAP. These offers precision agriculture, where outputs or yields can be predicted through data acquisition using satellite remote sensing technology for images, for soil analysis, weather and environment monitoring, to be able to alert farmers before diseases caused by pest invasion or climate change damage their crops. In other parts of the world, this level of agriculture benefits from agri insurance and different green funds, but not in Nigeria because we are not intentional about data. When we have data, there are issues around data integrity and analysis, or how we can prove that the farmers followed the rules and protocols to ensure the expected outputs. And when there's a failure, these questions are raised, limiting our access to funds the country already contributes into as part of climate change actions. The UK, EU, and the US, and a large part of Asia have found ways to standardize qualities with countries signing to different treaties and documents obtained from some authorities, e.g., the phytosanitary certificate from the Quarantine Agency is accepted worldwide. 21st century cocoa farming is not just about production, and when it comes to processing to extract value, it is also not just about the physical infrastructure, but there's a lot required for the soft infrastructure that needs extensive investments. I'm happy we had the Executive Director Investments of MOFI speak earlier and talking about investments in the agri sector. And I think they need to do more than talk. They need to also act. In the Western world, the continent of Africa needs to look at region-wide collaboration to address this lack and gaps. AFTA should be empowered to go beyond issues of trade, because without a solid foundation of ease of access, ease of doing business or trade will be a mirage. How can we explain that as a Nigerian, I cannot go to 3/4 of African countries without visas, while an European or American would go freely to almost all countries in Africa without visas? There are even some countries in Africa that will give me access with my Nigerian passport just because I have a Western visa in it, which is quite interesting. Although we see some efforts being done in the areas of cocoa farming by the continent. For example, we have the ASO standards for chocolates, but we need more like that. ASO meaning the African Organization for Standardization. Years ago, cocoa was a very patient crop. 5 to 7 years for the first harvest. And I can proudly say that Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria developed new series of seedlings that have very short gestation period and the fruit within 18 months. They also have a level of pest resistant properties and the capacity of yield of up to 2 tons per hectare. But for now, Nigeria is only able to do 400 kilograms per hectare. And there are several reasons and factors for that. One is that the farmers are quite old and it is difficult to pull them away from what they have been doing for the last 30 years or more. Fortunately, due to the sharp rise in cocoa prices in March 2024, the younger generation suddenly fell in love with cocoa farming to benefit from the unprecedented hike in price. I know that the price of cocoa, that's the current price of cocoa, is unsustainable. And the question I ask is, what happens when there's a major drop in price? At least for now, the talk around exploitation is no more. For us as a people, and as an excuse and a lazy way out, we claim exploitation by the Western world, living in denial of the truth because no one has exploited us. But we had exploited ourselves as we felt a sense of entitlement, when in reality, only those who act and work realize benefits of the work put in, not those who believe that because they have some resources at their backyard, those who come and collect the resources must give them the value they think they deserve. And yes, that has been the case, as we were given in most cases either 1% or less of the real value, or at the most 5%. When we talk about the extraction and export of raw materials, we're not just talking of the export of our natural resources or cash crops, such as crude oil, precious metals or stones, or cocoa, coffee, etc. We are also talking about human capabilities and capacity as well, our economic, environment, and social data, to artistic or sporting talents, scientific and technological acumen and skills. All these are raw materials that have tremendous opportunities waiting for its real value to be tapped or added for wealth creation purposes that can transform Africa. We're well into the 21st century, and if care is not taken, I see West Africa losing its position as the top cocoa producing region, because there's a lot of work being done by Brazil and Ecuador to become the top producers. Indonesia and Malaysia, who are processing countries, also produce cocoa, and there's a lot being done there as well to multiply their output. In addition to these, there's a lot of biotech work by academics and commercial scientists going on in the US, UK, and the EU on cell-cultured cocoa by trying to grow cocoa in a laboratory. We must understand that most who consume cocoa do not even know that chocolate is from a plant. They just see the product on supermarket shelves and believe it truly comes from factories or laboratories. Meanwhile, we have some of the best cocoa in the world that has been undermined for centuries. We need to be frank with ourselves. This happened with our coffee production, and Ivory Coast, that once produced 400,000 tons of coffee at some point, struggled today to produce up to a quarter of that. And Nigeria, that also produced tens of thousands of tons of coffee, produce well below 2,000 tons of coffee today. Meanwhile, we have perhaps, I would say, the best Arabica variety coffee in the world. We have the weather, the soil conditions, and even the manpower to multiply our output if we truly want to do it. It is something we must do ourselves, and it is not what we need major or large-scale rollout to achieve. The strength of the economy of any nation is in how successful the small, medium enterprises are, which are dependent on their ease of doing business and access to funds that can help start or grow their businesses. We should begin to understand Nigeria, like the rest of Africa, is not a land of problems or challenges with several social issues, but a land of opportunities, begging to be exploited if we can all agree to work together for the benefit of the land. Lastly, or finally, if you want to have a full experience of cocoa farming in the 21st century, I want to use this opportunity to invite everyone to join us during the Lagos International Trade Fair at Eco Chocolate Show 2025 between the 8th and 14th of November 2025 for the show that combines a world-class chocolate exhibition, the Royal Cocoa International Film Festival, the premier Royal Cocoa International Fine Arts Exhibition, and the historic Royal Cocoa Symphony Orchestra concert, creating Africa's first integrated chocolate culture commerce platform that positions Lagos as the continent's chocolate capital. In short, cocoa farming in the 21st century must be done intentionally with all sense of responsibility. It is about being creative, innovative, and well-informed, irrespective of the challenges, limitations, or obstacles. It must be done to harvest wealth, prosperity, development, and advancement in a fun, beautiful, and safe environment, with the hard work put in, recognized and rewarded accordingly, so that those who are involved have a sense of pride, dignity, and self-worth that will also encourage the coming generation to bring about sustainability and eventual transformation of the country. Thank you very much.
Once again, please, let's put our hands together for Oba Dokun Thompson. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I know one major thing, one of the very important things that Oba Thompson said is about the Lagos International Trade Fair. I know what my leader and brother will like to, what he wears about now, what he thinks and wakes up with is the Lagos International Trade Fair. I'm talking of no other person but Omoba Abimbola Olashore, FCA. Pretty much later, we'll give him time to talk about that his passion in collaboration with what Oba Dokun Thompson had said. That done, we like to recognize the presence of the Lagos State Ministry of Agricultural and Food System, the Honorable Commissioner, Ms. Abisola Olusoya, today ably represented here by the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry, Mr. Emmanuel Haudu. Let's put hands together for Mr. Haudu. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I'm very convinced that if not of other state matters, the Honorable Commissioner would have been here by herself. She was here physically last year. So on that note, let's bring up the Honorable Commissioner to address us. We'll have with us today the PS, Permanent Secretary at the Lagos Ministry of Agriculture and Food System, Mr. Audu Emmanuel, representing the Commissioner. Let's do that together for him, please.
I bring us greetings this morning from the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Systems in Lagos State, Ms. Abisola Olusoya, whom, as the MC had rightfully informed us, is unavoidably absent due to some exigent state matters that came up very early this morning. And she gave me the call to quickly come in to fill in for her at this program. So I'd like to say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And then, as usually said at events like this, please permit me to, adopt all courtesies and protocols that have been established for this event. But let me singularly recognize His Royal Majesty Oba Dokun Thompson. Thank you, Kabiesi. Thank you, sir, for coming for this great event. And of course, to the members and the President of Council of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We thank you for extending the invitation to the Honorable Commissioner to give this address at this very, very important program. Talking of agriculture in the 21st century and changing the narrative. Like they say, that you cannot keep doing something the same way and expecting a different result. Something just must change, something must shift for you to have the needed change, for you to achieve what you want to achieve, what you desire to achieve. So whether in our national life, in our individual life, personal life, workspace, as long as you are desiring change, then you must be ready to make some changes to whether intrinsic within yourself or the way you do things or the way you walk around things within your space. So changing narratives talks of us refocusing on agriculture and adopting certain and very, very crucial and necessary changes to the way agriculture is looked at or treated as a nation and as a country. As she said, it is indeed a great honor to address you today on the theme which centers around changing narrative on agribusiness in the 21st century. This subject is not only timely, but essential as the way we perceive, practice, and promote agriculture will determine the food security, economic prosperity, and the social well-being of our people now and in the years ahead. For decades, agriculture has been perceived as an activity of survival, labor-intensive, unattractive to young people, and often associated with poverty. We did a study where we're trying to reintegrate youths in fishing communities into the practice of fishing. Common practice is that within our fishing villages, most of the youth, young men, agile young men, prefer to do other jobs such as riding the tricycle or pursuing trade in motorcycle transportation business and all of those things. So the number of fishermen in the state is gradually dropping, and this is also same across all agricultural value chains, especially the downstream sector where production happens, because of the fact that the trade, the profession, agriculture as a profession in our climate is, has synonymity with poverty. Farmers are the poorest, as it were, in society. Fishermen who go out to fish, who toil, who walk the ground, who walk in the seas, are known to be very poor, can't afford basic lifestyles, can't send their children to good schools. So the question is, is that how do you now want their children who see their fathers not able to meet up with the economic needs and demand? How do you want those young men, those young women within those environments to want to take on agriculture or fishing as a profession? And it may interest us to know that our farmers are, the age range of our farmers presently is estimated about an average of 55 years and above. And so the question, or what we should think about strongly now, is that what happens to our farming population in the next 10 years? What will happen to it? Something happened also this morning leaving home, is that a young man who does furniture in our area, we're asking him, how come you are the only one working? Where are your apprentices? And he said, there are no more apprentices. Everyone has moved to something else. So the question, what happens to that profession if something urgently is not done to bring in more men into that kind of profession? Obviously, it will die a natural death. And that's the same that is happening around farming. And so we need to indeed have a paradigm shift in the way we view and support agriculture for it to thrive and for it to become very attractive for our young men and women in the 21st century. So it was largely subsistence based, dependent on rudimentary tools, and vulnerable to climate shocks and other environmental hazards. But in the 21st century, agribusiness is no longer about farming. It's about value chains approach. It's about innovation and wealth creation. Today, we speak of agriculture as a technology-driven enterprise that leverages mechanization, biotechnology, digital platforms, and precision farming. A hub for investment, providing opportunities in processing, logistics, storage, packaging, and retail. Agriculture should be a solution to hunger, to malnutrition, ensuring access to safe, nutritious, and affordable foods. It should be a driver of inclusive growth, where women and youth play pivotal roles as entrepreneurs and innovators. Changing the narrative is not about rhetoric, it's not about making speeches, it is about repositioning agriculture as a foundation of food security and national development. In essence, agriculture must be treated as an economic activity, as a business, even within our climate. It's about creating jobs. It's about reducing imports. It's about expanding exports and building resilience against climate change. It's about showing our youth that agriculture is a business of dignity, profitability, and global relevance. As a state, we are committed to strengthening this narrative by expanding access to finance and land for genuine agripreneurs. Most of us will have seen in the news, July 23rd, we, as a state government, the governor of Lagos State, launched a bold initiative into developing and repositioning agriculture in the state with the launch of the Produce for Lagos program, which is designed to drive agricultural growth within all agricultural value chains and back it up with a 500 billion naira guaranteed offtake fund. What that project does, one is to unlock financing and create access to markets for farmers within Lagos, which we call Produce in Lagos for Lagos, and for farmers outside of Lagos in other states of the Federation, which will form the nexus or forms the link to the Produce for Lagos program. Currently, we are building and transforming our food systems with the building of the first of its kind that we call the Lagos Food Security Systems and Logistics Hub that we're designing or building on 400 hectares of land at K2 Ekpe. That system, as it's called, food security system, is designed to secure and hold food that will hold and last Lagos for at least 90 days. So government has begun the build of the infrastructure, and the phase 1 of that facility we expect should come on stream, be launched by December this year in 2025. Now, that is our first tier in terms of our food security system, because we recognize that our strength within the agricultural value chain is market. We have the largest population in the country, about 24 million people and growing, that needs to be fed daily and regularly. And yet we are faced with wide, varying food prices at the point in time in the year. Example, a basket of tomatoes could go for 10,000, 12,000, and a point in time in the year, that same basket of tomatoes, same quantity, can go for as high as 200, 250,000 naira a basket. Why is that happening? Is because there is no efficient storage facility to hold food when in abundance and push out when we're in the season is out of season. And that's what that project, the Lagos Food Security Systems, is designed to do. So we are building that facility. We have a storage facility that is the size of 14 football field, cold chain facility at the size of at least 14 football fields in one infrastructure to hold vegetables, perishables in one space. And dealing centers are being built in that facility, such that is another scale of what we have in the Mile 12. All foods coming into Lagos that is produced for Lagos as a result of the production agreement that we're signing with food production states in the country will be held, aggregated in that facility, and then is graded for standards, processed, packaged, and then pushed down to the second tier in our food system transformation agenda that we call the mid-level agro-produce hubs. Now, one very key thing about agriculture is wastage, post-harvest loss, which in some instances account for about 50% of food produced in the state, which means if a farmer produces 10 tons of tomatoes, it's estimated about at least 5 tons goes to waste. Yet the farmer must recover the cost of 10 tons from 5 tons, which is why you have high food inflation. So if we're able to drop post-harvest loss, then of course we can control food inflation and make food readily available for Lagosians in the not too distant future. So with that system and the mid-level agro-producer, which we have constructed and is up and running at Iduro, that we call the Lagos Fresh Food Hub, that makes food available in a very convenient environment, taking away the natural things you see in our traditional food markets, the dirt, the unhygienic environment, the traffic, the wastage that we see in our traditional food markets. All of these are completely taken out in the project that we have designed and that is up and running at Mushin. We commissioned that project December 2023, and currently we are building additional one at Agege Pen Cinema. We are building one at Abijo Ajah that we expect will come on stream by September, October this year. We should commission that project to come online. We are building at Oregon at Ikeja. If you that Oregon Bridge, look to your left where you used to have that film center. We are there constructing the mid-level that will serve Ikeja area. We've secured the facility, the land to build at Festac to take care of the Amodofin end. We have secured the land at Lekki Phase 1 to build for the upscale end in Lekki Phase 1. And the idea around this is that we have one agro-produce hub, mid-level agro-produce hubs in each of the local governments stroke LCDAs in the state, which is we make about 57. And thereabout, we can then franchise it, and then we can have franchises come in and build similar facilities, and then transit from the old traditional food market into this new system where wastage is taken care of. And then you can have food available at very good and convenient prices for our farmers in the state. One thing that also does for us, the transition into this system does for us, is that we're able to track what quantity of tomatoes is required. Like for the one we run at Iduro presently, we have the data, a month-to-month data of what quantity of tomatoes is demanded, what quantity of vegetable is demanded, what quantity of rice is demanded. So all of this data tells us what we need per location as a state, and we can plan effectively to meet with the needs of our people. And that's where we are driving at in the 21st century in Lagos state. So we're building strategic partnerships with food production states across the federation. Some 2 weeks ago, we're in Benue to sign agreement with the farmers there. And then we have begun the roadshow that will take us around all the food production areas across the entire length and breadth of Lagos to drive the Produce for Lagos initiative. Now, what the 500 billion naira of guarantee offtake fund does is that a farmer that is partnering with us in the program is assured of the fact that if you produce for Lagos, the fund to pay is ready. There is no go and come in quotes and local balance in it. Once you deliver the food item to our aggregation center at the logistics hub, you are paid immediately from the 500 billion fund that is in place to drive agricultural growth. And so the farmer now has a guaranteed market and then a ready buyer available to pay immediately. What that does to the farmer is that you can now approach a lending institution to say, look, I have production ticket from Lagos. They are ready, Lagos is ready to pay. I need a loan to produce 2 hectares of rice, 2 hectares of tomato, and that unlocks financing within the system. So it is indeed, thank you very much. It is indeed a game changer for agriculture that our amiable governor, Mr. Baji Olushola Sanwo-Olu, has put in place to drive agriculture, not just in Lagos State, but in the entire length and breadth of Nigeria. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the story of agriculture must change and should change. And of course, it is changing. We are moving from the hoe and cutlass to the drone and database farming, from subsistence to sustainability, from survival to prosperity. Together, let us embrace this new narrative, for in doing so, we secure not just food, but the future of our people and the future of Nigeria. Thank you for listening, and God bless. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe ni.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, ably represented by Mr. Emmanuel Haudu. Thank you for good representation of our sister, the Honorable Commissioner. Just to say that the commitment of Lagos State government to us as Lagosians is not in doubt, clearly. And we know and we pray that all your efforts will be rewarded or shall be crowned with success. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. All right. I'd like to recognize and bring up stage one of the, I don't want to just refer to her as an actress, but one of the, good faces, entertaining faces in the Nigerian entertainment industry. No other person than our very delectable actress Ireti Oladoye. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for all that you have done and all that you are doing, plus the ones you will still do. Thank you so much. So it's our time for us to speak to us on the role of the media in the 21st century agri-business. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up stage to talk to us about the role of the media in the 21st century agri-business. Please, let's clap for her again as she comes up stage. I wish we can be clapping for her until she comes up the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Respectfully, I stand on all existing protocols. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. First and foremost, sir, where are you, sir? Sir, I have no idea why you don't want to refer to me as an actress. That is exactly who I am. That is what I do, first and foremost. Yes, thank you very much for that warm introduction. And I'm also a farmer, a budding farmer. Yes, I'm still on my journey, but I'm fully convinced, this is just an aside, I'm fully convinced that anybody who is involved in any aspect of the value chain in any agro or allied business will prosper, regardless of how long it will take. And that's why people like us, like me, are still here. All right, to speak directly to the role of the media in 21st century agricultural business. Now, without a doubt, in today's world, in this 21st century, especially in this day and age of social media and instant news, the role of the media in any endeavor can never be overemphasized. You interact with it every single day. It is a formidable tool to educate, to disseminate information, to exchange ideas, to foster collaboration, to find new markets. And when I speak to disseminating information, it's not just between the government and the different agricultural bodies, but between peers. Document your individual journeys. Let newcomers, such as myself, learn from your mistakes. Share ideas, new and improved and more profitable ways to get things done. We also recognize that in today's world, everything everything must be glamorized in order for it to be consumed. Do you agree? That's why we have celebrity tailor, celebrity mechanic, celebrity wheelbarrow pusher. It has to be glamorized in order for it to be consumed on a large scale. And let us be honest, up until recently, farming, for some crazy reason, is associated with poverty, with people who cannot or are unable to succeed in other fields, which is a fallacy. It's an absolute fallacy, especially now in this time when agriculture is so advanced. There's so many improved ways to do things. So if there was ever a time to put a glamorous face on agriculture, it's now. Document your story. It might seem pedestrian, but make it look glamorous. Make it look cute. That's how you attract people into the business. That's how people are invested in stories these days. If you tell a good story, you get people invested. If you get people invested, you get people informed and putting their money where their minds and emotions are invested in. More importantly, especially at this time, when there is so much disinformation and the muddying of the waters and so many uninformed people posing as experts, now more than ever must agricultural experts take control of the narrative to educate people. What are the pros and cons of this and that thereof? What is government doing about it? I mean, a perfect example is a recent debate on GMOs. Excuse me. Was a recent debate on GMO seeds, and it raged throughout the social media, and I'm sure everybody in the room was aware of it. And there were so many different positions, so many different people giving opinions. It would be great if we had experts and dedicated channels informing the people and educating the people so that we're all making healthy and informed decisions. So without a doubt, I don't have much to say because it really does speak for itself. It would also be great if I see that the state is fully represented here. I'm not sure if they already do. If they have dedicated channels, even if it's just social media, informing people of their policies, what they're doing. I'm very pleased to see that there's a food security plan in place, letting people know, if nothing else, it provides a certain level of peace of mind. And where there is peace of mind, there is stability. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I hope I've been able to share a few points, and I look forward to further engaging with everybody in the room. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What I'm ready, one of the programs, my copy. Yes, thank you. You know, I went towards the entrance. I thought, oh, Madam Ireti was going to take the whole of her 30 minutes, but she has done me a good job by not. I think she just spent less than 10 minutes. I'm good with that. Thank you so much for doing us well in the industry. She accused me, why do I want to take the actress part out of her? I want to openly say, I'm saying that in capital letter, that she is an actress. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, I have your permission to then bring up, to come up, Mr. Chair. Is he ready now? We're trying to connect with one of our speakers online, so I need to be sure if he's ready. All right, thank you so much, sir. I'm told he's not ready. I was just out of 1 minute. I think he needs to prepare his papers or finish up before he joined us. So while we are waiting for him, the chairperson has asked that we handle what is next, which is the tour of the exhibition stands. We have the exhibition stand behind us now. So the tour will be led by the chairperson or the chairman and president of the chamber, who is ably represented here today by the deputy president, Engineer Leye Kupoluyi, followed by the Honorable Commissioner, also ably represented by Mr. Emmanuel Audo. Oba Dokun Thompson also will follow. Then my sister, the powerful actress, Ireti, will also join, as well as all members, all of us here, so that we have a tour. So this is how it's going to be. This will be our first passage. Please, let's clear the halls, please. Let's clear that place for, where should we follow? Okay, we should do this. Okay, yes. The chair asks that we begin from my left-hand side. I had wanted us to begin from the right, but please, let's begin from the left. Then we make a turn and come out at the right-hand side here. Why is the turn necessary? We'll get to see all of those when we get to each stand. Mr. President, sir, it's now the time for the talk. Mr. Chairman, sir. So you also be, let me give you the microphone. So I think each stand will be like a minute or two, right? Okay.
So after the tour, please don't leave. The event is just starting. After the tour, we'll have panel session where we have, good discussion on the topic for the day, where you'll have questions and where you can also tell us your opinion. So please come with us. So once we get there, you are not to sit, you have to come with us. So let's start this way. So please, we'll encourage everybody to please be on your feet and come with us to see what our exhibitors have to offer. Please, you are all welcome to come with us. So I present to you first, sir, Pretonia Wellness Hub. So in 1 minute, you tell us what you do, your products.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. It's nice to have you here. As you've heard, it's a wellness hub. Ourselves, okay, it's a wellness hub. We're here to sensitize ourselves and on the need and the importance for stay healthy as we age. Our cells die every day, and there's need for these cells to, some of them have the ability to regenerate itself through what we eat, what we consume as well. So we're here with very potent product. They are indigenous and they are made with natural, ingredients, okay, that helps to keep up healthy. So yes, they are supplements, so to speak. Yeah, supplements. And we'll go as far as sensitizing ourselves on the need for us to know the water we're taking, to understand our water, our source of water. So it's part of what we do here. Thank you.
Is Excellence ready? Not yet. Okay, so we're at Vora e-commerce. So we'd like to meet you, sirs.
Good morning. Borek, it's a place where we sell only Nigeria-made products. So that's and it's products and everything, the vendors, make sure that more people patronize Nigeria-made products and rather than foreign products. So everything from food to clothes, what we have here, Vora Nigeria, yes. Platform now. Yes, it's an e-commerce. E-marketing. Yeah, e-marketing, definitely. Yeah, e-marketing, definitely. So if you have any questions.
It's an e-marketing platform.
Yes.
How do you essentially connect buyers
To sellers, sell.
to?
Yes, on the retail level, basically, retail level. So, the buyers have the good. So when we market it, when people buy, so we just contact the buyer to just sell. Yes, when there's a sale. So we try to make sure that we do our own marketing, make sure that people come to the platform, then buy it, so you don't have to do any stress. Just put your product, the marketing, all the process, and the logistics for you, and just come. We handle logistics. Yeah. So,
Service like outside of Lagos, like goods are somewhere in
basically Nigeria, anywhere in Nigeria. Yes, as this is online, so it's everywhere in Nigeria. All you just need to do is get on their site and then deliver.
Okay, so question as a consumer, why would I shop your platform?
So what we've done is to have deals with a lot of vendors. We have a lot of deals with vendors, so we make just it's cheaper, and we try to subsidize a lot, so it's easier for people to sell. Yeah.
Quality assurance and price.
Okay, quality. So we do a lot of quality assurance on price. For every vendor, we try as much as possible to look at what you're selling. So we have a lot of CSC certificates. Let's see the product you're selling before. Say even at the point of buying, we do a video call. Let's see what you have. So we call before we know that. Yeah. Right now we don't, but we are looking towards it. Right now we don't. We are looking towards it. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, so Confirmed Options Integrated Services Limited.
Good morning, sirs and Mars. My name is Omolara Omoniyi. We are a logistics company. We are into sea forwarding, air forwarding, sea forwarding by road, transportation by road, general logistics. We are here to support our farmers because there's no way you can move from the farm to the consumers without having to do logistics in any way. I'm a member of the LCCI and also a member of the Agric group. So we are here today. Yes, please, yeah. So we are here. It's not all about, then we also have Tapioca. She is into food. I am into logistics and she is into food. Anyway, she's my daughter, so I had to promote her business. Okay.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Abisola Omoniyi of Puffy's Food Hub. So I am into packaged foodstuffs. Yes, Nigerian foodstuffs. So I have tapioca, ofada rice, good palm oil. And one thing my brand stands for is quality, giving quality foodstuffs at affordable prices.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we come to AS and Erats Agro Limited. Morning, ma, morning.
Hello. So what we do is we produce livestock feed. Okay, I said we produce livestock feed, and we also sell ingredients and farm inputs. Yes. Yeah, that's what we do. Yes.
So Nados Company, good morning.
Morning, sir. So we have the Nados we are from, sir? Okay. From Nados Company Limited, we deal with saints and cosmetics. We have the diffusers. These are the refill bottles. Then for the cosmetics, we have the Nados Natural Black Soap. We have natural powder, lemongrass powder. We have Nados lemongrass hair care oil, essential oils in different sizes. Then we have the car diffusers too. We have the lemongrass and wood reed diffuser, then the eco reed diffuser made from coconut and lemongrass oil. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So Howard Group of Companies, they're a member of CI, so we'd like to hear. Just
Yeah, this is catfish feed.
Okay.
Yeah, this is catfish feed. So we do it from our recycling company, agriculture. So we recycle soya beans and other agricultural products, and we turn them to animal feed.
fish.
Yeah, for fish. Yeah, this is fish feed.
Why is it top fish?
Yeah. We are located in Lagos, in Ikorodu.
Where?
No, it's free logistic within Lagos. Abeokuta, we can deliver for you for free.
Let me advertise. They are member of the group LCCI. Them and the
Yes, there's this discount.
discount are you giving now?
We are 10% discount.
Thank you, Tangerine. Morning, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonny Fadwemi. We are into general insurance and life insurance. Basically, this is our travel insurance flyer that covers all the medical aspect of the travel all over the continent. We also have also have our auto insurance.
Okay.
Which covers our comprehensive and property. Yeah, we shop farm too. That's our Greek. Yes, that's our Greek. Yes, okay. Okay. We're just trying to explain our flyer. Okay. Okay. Just cover all this crop and other. Yes, so we have additions for all the crop. So that's why we are here to partner all this our farmer. So
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Tangerine. We appreciate you with the chamber. Agromol is not here yet. Oh, we are talking about money. If it's about money, please talk about it now. It's not money.
We came with. So we have the fungicides here. We have the insect. We have.
Hello.
Okay.
It's not too loud.
For leguminous crops, then we also leguminous crops too. All right.
emergency herbicides for fungicides too. So, only beetles. Fertilizers too. The stress. Foliar fertilizers too. With end drought in tomato, also in other fruits. Then we have insecticides. This is also good for tuta absoluta in tomato. Yes, and caterpillars. And we have our seedweed extracts used in vegetative growth, fruit, in the fruit. So, thank you very much, sir.
So, limited. Where gardens limited for us. You can okay, decor tips.
Actually, and it was looking for what to wear. You cannot separate. So for our clients that are preparing to wear. To make one of the so much. Thank you so much, man. Really nice meeting. Okay. Thanks so much.
What are you giving up? Morning, sir.
Morning.
Just tell us briefly what your products.
Food and exports. We deal on dried fish, fresh or unadulterated palm oil. And we displayed our freshness on
Treated.
So much with kaolin and other chemicals that's out there in the cause cancer. So now we want to focus on unadulterated palm because health reasons. We want to sell health. We want to make sure people are. So that is why we came with only palm oil this year from Akwa Ibom, unadulterated. I process it myself in Akwa Ibom and bring it to Lagos. Here it is. Pardon, sir?
Security level. So that when yours, we know that it's voluntary.
Yes. That's why it's sealed. Completely tamper-proof.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll briefly see those outside. Just very few outside would come back inside. One. Yes, we'll make it very. Morning, sir. Morning.
Patrick. Leave 20 package spices, ginger and garlic. Adulterated to weight. And we also package millet.
So many different.
Okay, I can win different package and variety.
Yes. That those probiotics fermentation.
It's not working. So
Okay, my plus vegan palm on the probiotics fermentation, and in addition with extra nutritionally fortified 100% natural ingredients such as dates, tiger nuts, moringa, clove, ginger, and the rest of them. So we promote healthy living, healthy gut system, because our pap improves your gut microbiome. So it helps you to stay healthy, it nourishes your body, and in addition to our fortification, so you're getting double benefits. And it can be consumed from 6 months and above.
and it's safe.
Very safe. 100 from 6 months. Breastfeeding.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please, can we get to products, your services, what you have, what you package? Okay, Jabugari.
Jabugari, yes, sir. Crunchy Jabugari.
Okay.
Sandglaze. It's a very good sour taste. We have samples here.
Give me water. You don't need.
I have water, yes, sir. Oh. Okay. So these are yellow gari.
Okay.
Very crunchy. Likewise, these are cornflour.
Okay.
Don't need to start on fire. Then you can search 100% organic, unadulterated. Then these are
larger package of it.
yes, sir. Well, we come with smaller package so that everybody could afford it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Then these are crunchy, spicy and sweet.
Morning, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is HIV Empire stand. We have father rice. We have stone creek of father rice. We have ghost flour. We have natural spice. No, pure natural. No sugar. We are just herbs.
Somebody is saying, are you giving good discount on your father rice? She's contemplating buying 10.
Yes, so I'm available.
10.
10.
Thank you. Morning, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can we get to know what you have for us, ma'am?
Okay, this is Marina Global Ventures Limited. The producers of coconut products, coconut oil, compressed coconut oil, deep pressed coconut oil, coconut flakes, desiccated coconuts is not there, and the coconut cookies. We have different brands of half of our products here. Coconut products are very good. You know, it's for cooking, for instance, it's very healthy. It's a healthy oil, very good for the heart. This is vegetable.
Morning. How are you?
My teacher also.
Good morning. Hey, good morning, Uncle.
How are you?
Sir.
Yes.
Mustafa. So I own Nigeria Limited. So it's a nutrition company who processes spice blend, replacement for boiling cubes, regular boiling cubes we have. So this ones are just low in sodium content. So we have money from our farm, Kuli. I just launched my yogurt in July.
Wow, congrats.
Thank you. So we have Kili here as well. And that's what we have here.
So we don't have to go to Abuja to buy Kili.
No, you don't have this one's naturally made here in Oshogo.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Good. That has been our success story, and we are praying that one day the whole world will buy from.
Amen. Thank you. Okay, Lily. Can we get to know about your product? We know what you do, so we don't have to disturb you. Ah, so yes, ma'am.
My company represents, the name of my company is right to agro-processing. We do food processing, sourcing, and packaging in Nigeria outside Nigeria. So now we brought local staff, but we do more than that. So I process protein like fish and coconut for people in Nigeria still do it. So we are promoting healthy eating, everybody should eat right and eat well.
Thank you so much. We have not been there very well. But I hope you are not in a hurry to do. Okay, I'll just keep it. Please, please. Stay.
And yes.
Ah, who am I to get to? Well,
in the center, where when you cover, don't expect water to all the time. This has 100. In this small space, the farmer can grow of lettuce.
So I see
Feed bees. So the
Where we comply. So all are for wellness. To all. So not colors, not flavors. So when you're buying wellness from us. No, we use unrefined cane sugar for. So people we have unsweetened. We have.
No. KSP. KSP.
Good morning. Yeah, KSP.
hello.
All right. We are shipping up. KSP shipping and logistics. Yeah, we are into global logistics. We are into custom brokerage. We are into exhibitions, oil and gas. We are into air, sea, and land transportations. All right, we do it all interstates. We have our business, and we have been in this business for the past 20 years without no flops. So you're welcome. Yeah, it's led by Mr. Kola Adebigbe. Thank you very much.
By new enterprises.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma. This Benewa Enterprises. Okay. Benewa Enterprises. We produce coconut oil, carrot oil, black soap, shea butter, and coconut oil. They're all natural. We to vendors. We can see us in supermarkets and
Thank you. Value Ingredients Limited. Are you ready for us? Morning, sir. Good morning, our comrades from the state. We welcome you on.
Thank you. Good. No.
I'm coming from Niger. They came all the way from Niger State to attend this conference.
So welcome to our stand. My name is Olabode Adetoye. I'm the Ingredient Limited. So we are helping farmers to reduce post-harvest losses by taking raw materials for production like cassava. We process it to gari. We also process cassava into food, then yam into pando yam, then of course plantain to unripe flour, then of course maize to ogi dry powder. So that's what we do. And of course, too, we have our own backward integration of farm. Our head office in Ojodubaga here, where we have our factory at Ado Ekiti. And I use the opportunity to also welcome my brother and our permanent secretary too. Thank you. So that is what we do, sir. I'm not there, but we'll be there this year. Yeah, because the product was not ready by then. Yes. So we will meet ourselves there. Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming, sir.
Thanks.
Yes, my cat.
So, Boom Foods Limited.
Good afternoon, sir. So this is what chips. So subsidiary usually do potato. But here we have our potato chips. This is the 70 gram and this is the 300 gram. It comes in different sizes depending on how you want it. Yeah. So basically, there's not too much about our chips, but one thing I know is that it has a very, very quenching taste that would have coming from all. And we are located at our factory is located at Yaba, Alago, and we supply everywhere and anywhere you want. And we also export outside the anywhere you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, Agriculture Limited, can we meet you, please?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Odun Toluwatobi, and I am the founder and CEO of Survival Agricultural Hub Limited. Survival Agricultural Hub Limited is a company established to address malnutrition and enhance food security in Africa. We have operations in poultry, fishery, livestock, and crop. And we are into primary production, processing, packaging, and sales as well. So here today we have our packaged products, which are all from our farm. They all started from us, and they are going to hand at our customers' kitchen and in their soup and meals. So here we have part of our products. We have our eggs, which is from our poultry unit, our layer unit, where we produce. And averagely in our farm, we produce over 400 crates of eggs at the moment in our farm. We also have the fish, also from our farm as well. So we have our fish in different sizes. We have a 500 gram. We have in. They are all produced on our farm and processed and packaged into a finished product like this. And at the moment, our fishery is operating at 45,000. So we have the capacity to service whatever demand comes from anywhere, even for export. We also have the palm oil, which is also from our palm trees, which were carefully processed and packaged, for meals. So we also have our product that is not here physically, which is called the point of lay. So we have business services, other businesses. So we have a unit of our business which also service farmers as well. For people who produce egg, they come to buy point of lay from us. And at the moment, we are one of the growing point of lay producer in the Southwest at the moment, because we operate at about 35,000, for the point of lay capacity at the moment. So those are part of what we do in our organization. So you're welcome, sir. Thank you. Odun Toluwatobi. Thank you, sir. Our farm is located at Lagelu local government, Ibadan, in Oyo State, yeah. But our office is at Bodija. Our corporate office is at Bodija.
Blossom Foods.
Oh, sorry. My name is Gloria. I'm also an operational officer and a salesperson here too. So we have We have here blossom products. We have palm oil. Okay, can you just stay there? So we have palm oil, we have beans. We have honey beans. We have crayfish, blended ones. We have jollof spice. We have kuli kuli. We have Ijebu gari. We have Delta gari. And we have a product on the shelves of over 400 40 supermarkets actually out Nigeria and within Nigeria too. So here's our product, here's our flyer. And you also, that's all I can say for now, sir.
Thank you very much. Well done. So, Abimos Advanced Farms, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Adeli Moses Drotolua, the CEO of Abimos Advanced Farms. We started Abimos Advanced Farms in the year 2020 during COVID period. We went basically into oven-dried catfish this year. Basically, we are into hatching of catfish. Apart from hatching of catfish, also, we breed them ourselves in our pond. We have the different types of pond in which we operate. We have the open pond, where we have the hatching pond, and also the concrete pond. We breed different types of fish concerning the hybrid. Apart from the hybrid, we also work on the clarias. Apart from the clarias, also we work on the brancos. And these are the samples of our products. This is two in a zip pouch. This is a zip pouch in which we are using in order to package our products. And this is just for 4,000. Yes, ma'am. Just 4,000 naira. Apart from this, also we supply some supermarkets at Abeokuta, where we let them know the importance of this product. Yes, we've given is a discount, is already, no, it's discounted price already. We sell it for 5,000, but we've already brought down all the prices to the minimum. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hyperculture, are you ready for us?
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Tijani from Hyperculture. So we make organic fertilizers and planting medium. We also have potting mix made from coconut cover. Yes, basically all organic products for your plants. Questions? Any questions?
So, AfriQuest Africa Network, AgriQuest, forgive me. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, sir. My name is Olabisi from AgriQuest African Network. AgriQuest African Network is in having for agriculture, transforming agriculture into agribusiness. We also deal with extension services, and we organize some trainings. These are the trainings that are coming up. Yes, we have supplements and we have fertilizers. We have for rice husk. We have different materials and we have trainings.
This from rice husk and charcoal. And environmental friendly for cooking. I'm just showing just as an example. You can look at it for just have a feel. It's free. Yeah, it's eco friendly, and we're just talking about the environmental change. And this zero waste from rice husk. So we have it, and this organic fertilizer. We have organic fertilizers here. You know, so and our range of training from post-harvest management to going to a symposium on agricultural value chain. So you can always support for all your training needs and all agricultural services that we have to offer.
It's palm oil.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ify Fruity. Oh, finally, I'm meeting you. So, Ify Fruity, can we get to know what to do?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Ifeoma Aniekan of Ify Fruity. What we do, we saw a need a need that people want to eat healthy, but most times when they step out of their house, they will not have that opportunity to do that. So we take it everywhere we go. Like if you see here, we have parfait, fruit juices, detox juices, salads, healthy wraps, and the list goes on. For here today, we have the healthy juices. These are healthy, no water, no additives, no chemical, no preservatives. Everything you have here is healthy. We have the beetroot drink, we have the exotic mix of grapes, watermelon, we have the pineapple and ginger. So we take it out because people long for these at most times. But when they step out, they want to compromise because it's not available. So we want to make it available the level. We're not mixing anything in it. So they will get what they want to take. Nothing. It's healthy, not mixed. It's healthy. And I go for events. I've been on this for over 8 years. I do events a lot. And he has been speaking for us by the grace of God. Thank you, sir.
Limb Simple, can we get to meet you, what you do, your product, your services at Limb Simple?
Good afternoon. We are Limb Simple. It's an acronym for Life, Investing, Money, and Business Made Simple. And what we believe is that businesses should grow. As much as doing business in Nigeria can be difficult, it is possible to build a growing, thriving business. So what we want to help people is with practical, real-life solutions to the struggles that your businesses experience, and show you that we've worked with about 5,000 businesses in Nigeria, and of the 5,000, more than 100,000 of them, more than 100 of them already do millions in revenue, and 54 of them do billions in revenue per year. So what we want to show you is the proven strategies that we have used to work with these businesses to get the results that they have, and to show you that regardless of what you do, whether you're in agriculture, which agriculture we believe is the future of the Nigerian economy, is how can we show you the practical ways to improve your export, to improve your product quality, and make Nigeria great again in your own industry. We are here to talk about the convention. The Limb Simple Strategic Growth Convention is going to be happening on the 26th and 27th of November at the Eco Hotel and Suites. And we have industry experts that have proven experiences. They are not just knowledge thought leaders. They are people that have been in the field. They are CEOs of businesses that are doing billions in revenue. And we want them to talk to entrepreneurs in Nigeria and talk to them about how they were able to build their business from ground up and what they can do now to scale businesses that is going to be globally recognized by the world. Thank you very much, sir.
Testify to their work. Timo Business. Okay. Farm Junction Nigeria Limited, are you ready for us?
All right. Good day, sir. Yes, welcome to Farm Junction, sir. Yes. We are the one that packaged it. Yes, sir. These drum beans, fairly cleaned and really chosen by us. These are our rice. It's a cold rice. It's a local rice. Not manufactured. All right, this gari now is this 4-5. That's the Jebu gari. So this one is the yellow gari. And this is drum beans, this is 5-5. Yes, very clear on this. And this is our classic peanuts. That's 6-6 for a carton. And this is our chin chin. That's 6-4 for a carton. Very nice, very available, and very exclusive. Yes. This is our popcorn. Our popcorn is 2-6. 2-6. Yes, sir. So a pack. So it's very affordable and very reliable, sir. So yes, sir. We give you the best and everything you do. All right.
You didn't talk about your off-taking from farmers. There are farmers here now. You didn't tell them you off-take from farmers. Optimum Techie. Can we get to meet you, sir and ma?
Okay, my name is Engineer Dayo Folabi. I'm a representative of Optima Techie. We are happy to be here again. We were here last year to exhibit, And because of our support for the industry, we are here again. Basically, what we do is to provide alternative energy. And we know that our activities is supporting the agri sector a lot. So we have surveillance cameras that you can put on your farm. It comes 4G, so you can put a SIM card on it, and it's powered by solar, so it's working 24/7. So you can, at the comfort of your home, monitor what is going on your farm. We also support by providing solar pumps, solar-powered pump, both surface and submersible. You can now use it to do irrigation on your farm. Poultry system, you need water. Animal, every kind of animal nursery need water. And I'm sure that for any agric person to also succeed today, you water for your tomatoes, pepper, vegetables, and all of that one. And this gives you the opportunity to even grow your crop out of the natural season of the rainy season. So this is how we support the agric sector. But of course, if anybody is looking for solar to power his office, power your businesses, whatever it is, that's what we do. Thank you very much.
Solar panel has been in my house for 4 years and I'm safe. Yes, sir.
Yes, we have.
So,
Thank you so much. We'd like to welcome all of us back from the tour of the exhibition booths. Please, let's settle down. We'd like to move to what is next, which is the panel session. Please, let's settle down. Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman, please, let's get one more seat. Femi, please, let's bring up this. Mr. Chairman, please, let's bring our very delectable Ireti up. We are moving into our session right now. Please, we like to have Mr. Oba Dokun Thompson. We like him to also join us here. We are going into a session that needs him now. Mr. Chairman, we're waiting for you. Mr. Tunde Banjoko, we're waiting for you with Ireti, as well as Oba Thompson. Oba Dokun Thompson, we are waiting for you, sir. Yes, both of them are here right now. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Tunde Banjoko, please. We need you here, please. Also, Mr. Chairman, please help us bring the representative of the commissioner. He was having an interview at the back the other time. Please, we need him here too. Femi, Please help us, representative of the commissioner, the permanent secretary, please. We need him for this session. Thank you, Femi. The media guys should round up the questions now, please. Yes, the permanent secretary is here, so we can take this up very fast. Okay. Just before we go to the panel session, we need to do something very quick. We need to take a particular picture. That picture, Mr. President, please, you do us an honor. Mr. President, followed by Oba Dokun Thompson, please, we need to take the picture. Please, let's just step up. The representative of the commissioner, please join us for this photo session. Mr. Emmanuel Audu, please join us for this photo session. Chairman of Agric group here at LCCI, we also need you here. Mr. President, sir, you are going to be in the middle. Please, let's allow Mr. Emmanuel join us. Madam, please, let's allow him, Mr. President, sir. Commissioner, sir. Chairman of Agric. Please, Ireti, you need to, you also join us for this photo session. Please, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Tunde Banjoko, we are waiting for you for this picture. Mr. Tunde Banjoko. Mr. Tunde Banjoko, we are waiting for you for this picture. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tunde Banjoko, we are waiting for you for this picture, please. Mr. Tunde Banjoko, we are waiting for you, sir, for this picture. Otherwise, we'll move to what is next. Mr. Tunde Banjoko, we are waiting for you for this picture, please. Francis, we need to take this picture. Is that okay? Are you good? Thank you so much. Yes, you can just have your seat, please, Mr. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. All right. I like to say that this session is as important as every other sessions we have had. Yes. Mr. Africa Farmer, Mogaji, please, you are joining us on this session. Please put your hands together for Africa Farmer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. To moderate this session, we have my friend and sister. I usually refer to her as Yeye Oge of Africa. She's the deputy editor. I'm tempted to say deputy director. Deputy editor and head of business, Channel Television, Mrs. Ini John Mekwa. Please come up as you moderate this session. Please, let's put our hands together for Ini. Thank you.
I'll tell my boss you want to take me to a director. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. Good afternoon, panelists. Good to have you here. All right, so I like talking about food, and I'm glad that we're talking about food, you know, and it's not just, but also the business of agriculture. I guess we should start by getting everybody. I know I heard the speeches, and that was supposed to be like an opener or leading to this conversation. But let's just get an opener from you on agribusiness in the 21st century. So we know the 21st century is led by innovation, technology, and making agriculture business. I think the permanent secretary captured that very well. But let me just get your opener of about a minute or less. Then we'll use that to start the conversation.
Okay, so good afternoon once again. When you talk of the 21st century, like we say, economy or 21st century agriculture, then you're looking at something that is a far departure from what agriculture used to be or what you used to be known for. Labor intensive, very large expanse of land. But in the 21st century, with technology, with mechanization, with precision farming, irrigation facilities, then agriculture can go to a whole new level. From your small space in your backyard, you can produce enough food, not just for family, but also to earn an income, given the right kind of technology in place. And that's what we have taken on as a government, knowing technology, to introduce mechanization services to our farmers in the state. We acquired brand new tractors that we deployed, backed up with technology that a farmer in the comfort of his room or in his farm office with an app, tractor on the go, can bring up this app and request for mechanization service, and you'll be contacted and a tractor will be driven to your farm for farm mechanization. And that is what 21st century agriculture is like.
Very interesting, but I hope Lagos State, this goes beyond the papers and the policies, because a lot of time in Nigeria, we have very interesting policies. I haven't heard of this. Perhaps it's my fault. I haven't kept my ears close to the ground enough, but we'll delve more on that, on the actual reality and workability of it. A farmer can just make a call and ask, because I know our biggest problem in Nigeria, apart from insecurity, that is mechanization of farming. So we'll come back to that, but let's have Mr. Retiti please tell us, when we talk about narrative, obviously somebody has to tell the story and the media should be driving that, but the media has to know before they're able to tell the story, or else they will tell a wrong story.
Absolutely. And in today's world, everybody has become a storyteller. Every one of us present is a storyteller. So if as a farmer, as a 21st century farmer, and I said it while I was speaking, this is the age of social media. Everything is online. Document your story, your highs, your lows, your mistakes, the people who help. If you're getting sponsorship, so that other people can know, other people can see the reality. And once you get people invested, even if the story is not glamorous, your story of growth alone can draw people in. And once you draw people in, you can then begin to educate people. The narrative also has to change, because for a very long time, we view farmers and farming through a certain lens, and we think that it is peculiar to only a certain set of people. No, like you rightly said, everybody, especially now when food security is a big deal, everybody should have some sort of farm, in their garden or something, even if all you're growing is your herbs and your tomatoes and your peppers and things like that. So there has to be, the mind has to broaden. And the only way we can broaden minds and draw people in is if we share our stories and make them interesting and human angles, and get people invested, because food security is a big deal. And the more information there is, the better for everybody involved.
Thanks so much for that. Everybody has to be involved, and we should tell the good stories, as you highlighted there. The story of growth will certainly bring growth into that. And Oba Thompson, you talked about, I know you talked about especially cocoa. Cocoa is one cash crop for Nigeria that we are not even scratching the surface. I think the farmers will better tell, but at least I've seen some reports where there was a government official who went to, I think it was Ondo State, to meet with some cocoa farmers there. And he went there and he was talking about how they want to export their product. And the farmer said, our need is to expand production. So sometimes it seems there's a miscommunication, between the farmers, what they really need, and what the government thinks that the farmer needs. Perhaps we can breach that as a way of building the 21st agribusiness.
Thank you very much. A lot of times, it's not about miscommunication, but lack of it. What the farmer needs, it's truly completely different from what the government wants. But at times, they also need the same thing. When we're looking at cocoa is a cash crop, basically something about trade, other than it's more.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. They say a lot of people can't hear us. So maybe we want to, is it the microphone? Maybe, let me give you this. Can you hear with this microphone? You can hear with this microphone. Okay, I'll just.
Can you hear me?
Okay, all right. So this one is not good. It's good now. I speak louder. Okay. All right, please. Okay, so I was asking. I think you can hear me. They can hear me when I use it. I think my voice is loud. I'm talkative. So what we are asking is, there was a visit of an official to some cocoa, and I brought this up because when you were having your speech, you did refer to especially cocoa as an example. And there was a time that the price of cocoa was soaring, but Nigeria wasn't making, extra gains from it. Even when they do, the farmers are not, getting it. So, sorry, am I still audible? Okay, there seems to be a lot of noise, so. Can you put it on? Okay, so if you're hearing us, it would be nice that the noise reduces so that we can also, feel you and enjoy the conversation. So please, let's reduce the noise. I believe it's at the back, please. We really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so I was asking, a government official visited some cocoa farmers in Ondo State some time ago. And when he went there, he was talking about how they will help them to export their products and all of that. But the farmers had a different need, which is they wanted expansion of products. So this is an example of perhaps there's a miscommunication between what the farmers really need and what the government thinks that the farmers need. How do we deal with that? Because it's also hampering our growth in the agribusiness.
Thank you very much. Like I said, it's not about miscommunication, but lack of it. When we're looking at cocoa, there's several areas and issues to address. To start with, the government is thinking of food security on one part for the farmers. On the other part, the government is also looking at trade, because without the trade, there's a challenge, to be able to drive economic development. But again, what do the farmers really understand in terms of, okay, you want to expand it or your production output, what do you really require? Or how do you, even without the corresponding understanding or technology to enhance that? Let me go into, quickly delve into the welfare of the farmers. Before March 2024, the farmers were making very little, and I'll explain it. You farm, you harvest maybe 2-3 tons, you make about $5,000-$6,000 for these 2-3 tons. But before you get paid, you're already owing money. You're not owing money for your existence. You're owing money to other inputs. So you're owing money for people that have sold you fertilizer. You're owing money for people that have sold you pesticides and all those sort of things. You're now going to be struggling with surviving for the next season. So these are real issues. How are these addressed? Then, on the other hand, you have a situation whereby there are other issues around, like what's coming up now in terms of compliance issues, quality, and stuff like that. We're talking about EUDR today, deforestation regulation. But from next year, the EU is going to be talking about health issues, packaging. The sacks that we use to bag cocoa may even not be allowed into the EU because of traces of hydrocarbon. Because the hydrocarbon is said to cause some sort of health hazard. So there's several issues. Now, and it's only the government that can help to address these issues. But the farmers don't understand that. And that's part of the reasons why I said, how do we now start ensuring we're able to gain something from even green funds, green bonds, climate action money, and stuff like that? The insurance companies are busy looking at what do you call it now? Fire and theft issues. When there are real issues with agri finance that are backed by different kinds of funds. And no one in, especially West Africa or Nigeria that I know of, is tapping into that. You see, so there's several issues. And hopefully, maybe by the end of this panel, as you ask your questions, I will be able to respond to some and also even offer ideas around solutions. Thank you.
I think I'll just stay with you for a bit because some of these things you're talking about kind of sound too sophisticated for majority of our farmers. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I still have the old picture. So you talked about how it is the responsibility of the government to bring this information. I mean, you just talked about the EU and what could happen next year. And yes, of course, everything begins and ends with the government, but a lot of input from the private sector. I guess that's the reason why we have the agro section of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry also. So are there active efforts to educate these farmers? These things I mean, if you go to the north where I believe the majority of our food produce come from, how many of them understand what you're saying? Okay, all right.
And this is where communication,
yeah, obviously,
comes in. This is where the media comes in. It doesn't matter what my intentions are. It doesn't matter how grand my plans are, except I'm going to execute them alone. If I'm unable to communicate said plans to the team, number one, who are going to execute the plan, and to the beneficiaries of the plan, it will not be appreciated. So while I was talking, I was asking, I'm like, I can see that Lagos State has some really great ideas, which, if nothing else, if communicated properly to the public, will serve to give some level of peace of mind. And we know that that's a very expensive commodity in today's world. So as you are creating, building, and implementing these policies, as you are finding out this information that there are certain practices that are harmful to the human body and therefore will diminish or decrease your profits, we need to find a way to communicate and educate the farmer and get them to move forward, to come and meet us in 2025 and join the rest of the world, in global best practices. And the only way you can do that is to educate in the language that they understand, using media that they understand, even if that means one-on-one communication, sending people who understand the issues and who are articulate in the language that they understand to them, to spend time with them, not just teaching them, but also showing them. One of the earliest ways of teaching somebody is show and tell. Sir, that's directed at you.
Let me even ask Oba Thompson, since this finding, how many television, radio stations have you spoken to so that the rest of the world, I mean, I always enjoy, Mr. Banjiko can confirm that every time I call on him, let's discuss this whenever there's any topic, because food security is topmost. So maybe how many radio, TV, paper journalists have you spoken to so that this message can actually spread?
You know, it's not, I don't think it's mainly about speaking with radio stations or TV stations. First, we have to understand the structure of this particular industry. I'm talking about cocoa, and I believe it's also the same across other products. We have the Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria. We have Cocoa Association of Nigeria. They have regular meetings. They come together at different times. We have the state governments. We have the local governments. We have the federal government. Yes, what we're now trying to do, just like my colleague said, my sister sitting next to me, she said something about the media and the different forms of communication channels to be able to push these messages across. It is not just about a message at the same time. For us, it's about a culture. Rice is not our product. Bread is not our product. But today, it has become part of our culture. It was done by some level of acceptance. And that's what we need to do. That was why we started the Royal Cocoa Festival as far back as 2014. And today, Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria started something similar to that about 3 years ago. So spreading, the understanding is getting there, but we try and push it out because cocoa is not just about food security. As I said, it's an economic tool, economic development tool. Even when Lagos State government was at our event last January, the International Cocoa and Chocolate Forum, which we had in Abuja and in Lagos. The governor was represented by the Commissioner for Commerce. And because of that event, Lagos State government now set up a cocoa desk in the Ministry of Commerce for that purpose. And there was plan to set up an agro-processing zone mainly for cocoa to be able to process about 30,000 tons. What of the challenges we have is actually understanding trade as well. As a government or as a people, trade we practice is subsistence trade. In other words, we produce enough for us to eat, not enough for us to eat and sell. When we're looking at selling, then we're now thinking of what are we? We're 200 million people. We are now looking at producing for 700, 1 billion people market size. That is what we should be looking at. That's what 21st century to us should be like. And that's why you have a lot of the Western or Asian countries coming to Africa who don't understand, who don't know what to do with their resources, whose farmers, especially the younger generation are just there floating. They only run in the direction of money, right? But the ones who are there at the moment are struggling and still trying to hold forth the base, which they've done excellently. Like I said, we've been producing cocoa for almost 130 years. If you go there, you'll see the old farmers. The younger ones look at them, but today they're now all scrambling for land. All because of that figure. How did they know the price had changed? The media, the news. But when it comes to something that will favor them, because it has too much details, they don't go into it. And that's why we bring in entertainment, we bring in the media, we bring in different types of creativity to be able to deepen the understanding. And then while we're trying to create that culture that will now make it the norm, you know, for a normal life existence.
And I guess we will throw more money at that. You see, the younger ones are looking for money. But let's go to Mr. African Farmer now. Mr. African Farmer, you are the MD of Farm Credit Limited. I know that at the end of the day, the funds are part of it. We've been hearing of attempts to recapitalize the Bank of Agriculture because, of course, farmers will tell you getting a loan for agriculture is a special thing. It's not something you can walk into a commercial bank. And and some people will say, well, money is not the issue, it's the idea, you know. So tell us how much of impact funding or lack of funding has had as a hurdle, you know, for Nigerian agribusiness to actually transform to the one operating a proper one for 21st century.
Okay, first and first is what I've seen so far in almost 3 decades of practice is that we don't understand agri-finance, or we're not practicing the right agri-finance in the country. Now, there's a key thing missing between government, private sector, farmers, collaboration. For us to unlock or design the right funding mechanism that will work for Nigeria. And what I'm saying Nigeria, I mean, because everything is fragmented, there is nothing in the agri sector that you will see a complete value chain. It's fragmented, okay? And it's highly domiciled by uneducated, illiterate people, because they are educated.
I want to avoid the word illiterate.
Yes. So they understand the business, but they may not be able to speak good English. Okay, so when we are designing, we design things for them that don't work for them. The first thing you see now is go online, apply online. The real banks, I operate in the rural suburbs. Many of these locations are like 40 minutes travel to the banks. And when you get to the banks, there's no signal. And when there's no signal, you go and come back empty-handed and you don't have funds. So we need the new mobile ways of getting money to be able to access those farmers. We design, getting funds is almost a mirage in the country. Because even, Cocoa, Sibagegi used to be one of the prominent companies in the 70s and the 60s. Now, they fund farmers with inputs. Almost exporters support farmers with inputs. That is also financing. Today, you don't see a lot of Nigerian companies take long-term funding and backwardly integrating the farmers. They are also exploiting the farmers. So bottom line is, you know, everybody is taking advantage of each other, so the funds cannot be unlocked. And unfortunately, the banks also right now cannot also fund the farmers because depositors want high interest, and so there's no long-term funding. Rather unfortunate also, the banks are also not going out to get developmental funds.
Would a well-funded Bank of Agriculture solve the problem?
A well-funded Bank of Agriculture might solve the problem. And why did I use the word might solve the problem? Because when Bank of Agric was working, Agric Extension was the crux of it. They need to buy a lot of bikes. They need to reach out. The logistics, the amount of money needed on the consumables to get to the farmers is huge. But a well-funded Bank of Agriculture with right implementation may solve the problem. But they cannot do it without the royal fathers. They cannot. Okay, because when Agric, you see, when we look at the value chain, when Agric was working in Nigeria, we had a few stakeholders. We had the financial institutions. We had the royal fathers. we have the developmental partners, we have the private sector, we have the farmers, and we have the religious institutions. Everybody was collaborating. But right now, the royal fathers are not in the royal communities again. They are in the urban centers. So that fragmentation is not making it work. But we need everything to be together for it to work.
Okay, but we do have now. Okay, please go ahead. I think they really appreciate what you say. So we have now, at least we hear in the news, institutions like the AFDB, the FAO, they are working with Nigeria, different crops for food security. I know I tried to get the Minister of Agriculture, I tried to get him a couple of times on the program, and I haven't been able to, and he did send someone to come on the program, and I asked, Minister, sir, the ministry is supposed to coordinate the international, the locals, the royal fathers you're talking about, the private sector, and all of that. And he says that the issue is the states are controlling the lands and all of that. Are we on the wrong path generally? Can we not get this problem solved? Because it gets so complicated at the end of the day.
So let me say this. Let me take Lagos State, for example. Lagos State understands collaboration. Lagos State understands communication.
They are here. Not because you're in Lagos.
Not because they are here, but Lagos State does a lot of engagement. And the governor also understands communication. The commissioner of Agric, when you see her in the bush, you know, you would almost mistake her for a squirrel. Why? Because she's on the ground. She's not seated in the office. She understands what the farmers are going through. She can also communicate with the governor. And yet, when you see her on media, you think she's a consultant. When you have the right people in the right place, in governance, things work better. So there's always engagement. That engagement is not there. Most governors don't understand food security. They talk about it, but they don't do it. And I say this, Lagos does not have land, but yet the biggest infrastructure development in the country in like 5-7 projects is being carried out by Lagos. Why? They understand their comparative advantage. How many governors in this country are leveraging their comparative advantage? They're trying to compete instead of collaborate. So right now, another missing link that we need to work on, you know, for the 21st century business is that because of policy somersault, because of the challenges in the economy, when the MSMEs, micro and small businesses, which operate 80% of the value chain, take funds from bank, take funds from investors, and something goes wrong, many of them are in and out of detention. I'm a living proof. I've been privileged to be in detention a few times. I use the word privilege. I don't hide it, because when you don't know what we say the young people are not interested. But go find out. Post-COVID, many of them have been in and out of police station, detained, account frozen. They didn't make a mistake. It's a normal business challenge, but there's no support system to let them know that, oh, this is normal. So most of the youths that follow me know that, guy, this is how detention looks like. You know, this is, so there is no proper funding of coaching and mentorship happening. So the youths will not come into Agric, except we dangle the money. Unfortunately, money is the end result. The process, they miss it. Everything still comes back to communication. If we're able, the sector does not understand how pivotal communication is to ensuring that we attain food security. I will say this. Just last week, the Minister of Agriculture gave out a radio station that will strictly be talking about agriculture, balancing the narrative such that people can know where to go to get the right perspective and get the right information. All these things are needed. Communication, communication, communication. That is what is missing in Nigeria's food security.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Banjoko. So this I believe is an important conversation we're having, and I know that you do speak with a lot of government officials. You speak to the managing director of the Bank of Industry. I believe you also speak with the Minister of Agriculture, whom you have refused to bring on my program. I'm coming. So I'm just trying to say that we shouldn't just do a talk and walk away thing. If there's someone who's perhaps collating some of these weaknesses that has been noticed, because these are experts talking from firsthand experience, if we can collate it, whether it's formally or informally in your conversations with them, Mr. African Farmer, you also talk to the minister very well. Share these weaknesses with them, and let's see if we can move forward in this our journey to food security, so that our gathering here is not just for us to talk and go back home and continue with the suffering, but actually there's something that we can. All right, Oba, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I actually just wanted to add to what African Farmer said, but we need to quickly understand an issue that you mentioned about the Minister of Agriculture in terms of the land distinction ownership in Nigeria. It is not the fault of the minister, it's not the fault of the governors. It's something that was foisted over us by military government, which is the land use decree, which vests custodianship of our lands to the state governors. I'm a member of the National Task Force on Nigeria's compliance for the European Union Deforestation Regulation, and I'm also a member of the Technical Working Group. It is a major challenge because when the federal government is doing everything, the Minister of Agric and the Minister of Trade are co-chairmen of the task force, doing everything to ensure that Nigeria meets the compliance by December 31. In fact, we're working to ensure we are able to achieve it by the end of October. But now this is where the challenge is. Legalization of the forests. That is left to the government, to the state governments, because the state governments are the only ones that have the power, constitutional powers, to decide which part of your land or the land in any state of the country can be used for commercial farming activities. So it's not a Lagos State issue, it's not an Ondo State issue. It's a national problem that we are hoping we can resolve. We have the likes of Abia State, we have the likes of Cross River, Ondo State, and Osun State trying to do their own thing and see how they can do it on time. But that's still also going to require State House of Assembly edict.
Exactly, because I want to say we keep talking about constitutional review. If we have issues militating our growth, shouldn't those areas be brought up and dealt with?
We're talking about something that we require to be done within the next 2-3 months. Constitutional review could take years. And it's very easy to praise Lagos State. I am sure a lot of people would not have heard what I want to say now. Lagos State is the only state in the country that's not carved out of a region. It was a colony. So the bureaucracy around Lagos, or the structure of Lagos State government in terms of how to execute the processes in Lagos, was designed by Lagos people. The rest of the country is British bureaucracy that was handed down, because that's the northern, eastern, western region, Lagos colony. So it's easy for things to move accordingly. Lagos State thrives on partnerships. That's how it was designed. The civil service system. The remaining country, it is strict bureaucracy. You are going to move from one place to the other to ensure accountability. I won't say transparency, but I'll say accountability. And no one is held responsible for anything, but the entire system has to, everything. And that's the British system. That's the colonial system. And that was how things were put under control. So these are the sort of issues, the legacy problems that we must address. Look at the issue, the simple issue of me as a Nigerian being to enter Zambia without a visa. That was first. So there's so many legacy problems, colonial problems that we've inherited that we must be bold enough to just discard, to be able to unlock these potentials.
All right. So you can get, if you have questions, you can get your questions ready. We'll just take the Lagos State. You've had so many good applause. I'm sure you have good people on your body. But please get your questions ready. After him, we'll take some questions. I know it will be limited because of time, but we'll get some questions for the panelists. So Lagos State, you have so many marks, you know, right there. And of course, anybody who is in Lagos or familiar with what's going on with Lagos would agree with the comments that have come. But my observation, perhaps I'm wrong, you've done so well with your Produce for Lagos, your collaboration with other states, and as I think Mr. African Farmer noted, leveraging your comparative advantage and all of that. But I don't hear a lot about value addition. I know you talked about during your speech, you talked about the storage and preservation. Very good, because 50% obviously of our produce ends up wasted, especially from the north. You see them spread on the street and all of that. What about the issue of value addition? Perhaps from there we can go to export for, you know, earnings.
Okay, now for us in the States, talking of value addition, if you look outside there, you see the exhibitors, most of what you see are packaged products. And some of the exhibitors that you have here are people, some of the people that we as a government have trained and mentored. For example, we have a training program that we implement for youth in the state that we call the Lagos Agripreneurship Program. It's designed strictly for youth between the ages of 18 and 30 years of age on one end, that we train within our facility for a total of 4 months, 1 month of on-site training with our facility at Ekpe, and then on 3 months internship and mentorship attachment to commercial farms in the state to show the possibilities to these youths in terms of the business end of agriculture. And what the area we focus on is on processing and value addition. Now, once you train these ones, we attach them to a club that we call the Lagos Agri-Innovation Club. And one of our club members is Farm Junction that you see out there with those products there. So this is what we teach and preach to our youths, that the downstream end of agriculture is not the only area of investment, but midstream processing, and even venturing into the upstream logistics and storage facilities, we are actually pushing out, and training our youth in aggressively a lot. For example, we have someone who is in Mile 12 now. This company is called Eco22. He's a member of our club, and his club is Mile 12. He has provided a storage facility where those who sell tomatoes, pepper, whereas at the end of the day, they've not finished selling, they bring it to his facility, and for a token fee, he holds in the storage facility, and the following day, they pick it up again and go sell to reduce wastage within that market. And this is spreading all around the state. But I want to speak to one point that African Farmer actually mentioned, which is, and you ignited that conversation about, we have worked with FAO, we have worked with the World Bank, where all manner of bilateral agencies, multilateral agencies that finance agriculture. And once we have learned in Lagos that you cannot continue to throw money at agriculture. If you implement a program or a project, you must be ready to sit and evaluate the impact of that project, and also carry on what's called post-implementation monitoring to see the impact, lasting impact of that project, and see whether it works. For example, 2023 down, we're implementing a program that we call the Agricultural Value Chains Enterprise Activation Program to give input support to activate agribusinesses for small-scale farmers in the state. Now, year in, year out, the project, about 500 million naira is expended on providing inputs for farmers, outboard engines for fishermen, fishing net for fishermen, small tractorization equipment for farmers, seeds, agrochemicals, bags of feed for poultry farmers and pig farmers. And we, in monitoring at the back end, we discovered that some farmers receive these items and sell it. So it means what we are doing, we're actually, in a way, wasting money. So with that at the back of our mind, we have to sit down that we cannot continue to implement that project and think you are empowering farmers, and yet the impact is not being felt. Last year, we began to implement what we call the Farmer Subsidy Program, Unjegu Farmer Subsidy Program, where we say, okay, look, if you are going to benefit from this program, put down 75% of the cost. Government will give you 25%. If you're a poultry farmer, we brought in feed manufacturers, the likes of Animal Care and some other feed manufacturers, brought them in, release feed to the farmers. They will pay you 75% at once. Then we will match up with 25%. And what that showed to us was that if you are going to put down 75% on the table, then you must actually be the farmer. And then we also discovered that asking farmers to come to one central location to collect the food items or the inputs, the input may not get to the farms. Rather, we decided, let's go to the farming centers, the farming clusters, meet with the farmers there, bring the input to the farming clusters, work with the Association, Poultry Association of Nigeria, last come the Catch Farmers Association of Nigeria, the Association of Nigeria, work with these associations, these commodity associations, who will know who their members are, so that portfolio farmers are actually removed from that, from that program, and we recorded tremendous success in it. So it's all about to monitor the program you are implementing, get accurate feedback, and then re-implement. But talking also about, she mentioned about how do people get to know what we are doing. We're doing our own bit in terms of communication. The Lagos State website is there. The Mr. Governor's handle on Instagram, on X is also there, where all of our initiatives are being pushed out. My Honorable Commissioner's handle, the ministry's handle is also available, where we push out.
You're talking of handle. We talked about the people who are
we have a radio program.
Okay.
On Echo 107.5 FM, which is like the station that gets to the rural area in Yoruba language, where we speak to the farmers and we bring industry experts to speak to the farmers on how to scale production, on how to improve their production facilities. It airs every Friday, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. on that station.
I think that sounds realistic. Sorry, Mr. African man. Let's just another applause for you. So I've been told that we cannot get a mic going round. So please do write your questions in just about a minute, then we'll get it. Really? Okay, all right. So okay. So I wanted to say that in all that has been discussed, where are the loopholes? What are the quick fixes we can do as the media to push this conversation, to get results, make impact? Because we are also Nigerians as the media, and we also need to contribute to it.
Absolutely. Well done. I'm very impressed with the amount of work that's gone in. But you see, that's the thing. Lagos State holds a whole 4-month course, taking young Lagosians or young people from training all the way through to mentorship and support. And this is where we're hearing it. How many under 35 wannabe farmers are in the room? Let's be honest, how many under 35, under 40 farmers in Lagos State are going to go click on your website? They're not going to do that. We have to put that information where they're going to find it. You're literally going to have to shove it in their faces, bearing in mind that you are competing with a whole lot of noise, which is why I go back to what I said when I was speaking. In today's world, everything has to be made to look some level of glamorous. How you go about achieving that is entirely up to you. Some people will use a known face. Some people will use media that is attractive to the demographic group you're trying to attract. There's so many ways to go about it today. Personally, if I designed that course, I would make it a clause that for you to be a member of any of these cohorts or this thing, your social media feed is an integral part of it. It's tied into everybody's, the things that you need to do. You need to document your story. You need from day one, from the day you sign the contract, okay, I'm doing this with Lagos State, and every day you must give us at least one post about what you did today, what you learned today, and at the end of it, you must all give me a 5-minute post telling me what this Lagos State program has done for you and what it has done for. Everybody there has their own audience, and the audience is the demographic you are trying to reach.
Lagos State, one idea for you. Please, let's give a round of applause. I think that was beautiful. All right. Let's get the question. I'm sure that. So do we have anybody with a question? Okay. All right. I wonder how in batches. So we'll do 5. First 5. We'll get answers. Okay. Let's start with you, please. Please, you need to stand up and speak loud. Okay. Let's hear. We don't have time for background. Just ask the question.
Amazing, different training for you. Get informed, get it. I think that the consistency are the two brain. What kind of when much of this conversation, practical format said the other time, the farmers are hating, don't have people to come aboard, and that the play the game. From the government of Israel right now, they are only playing small games based on capacity. So bigger people that can play, they are less. So you focus on your business enterprise and the life, more profitable. Or if you put out something that profitability and everything, you see that how we can work more in knowledge and put you in the enterprise. What kind of practice can emerge from this conversation that you put out there and say?
Okay, what strategy can emerge from this conversation? Who are you directing your question to? Okay, all right. What strategy can emerge from this for the youth, to attract the youth? Please, let's make the question short so that we can get enough. I saw some hands around there. All right. All right, let's reduce the noise so we can hear him, please.
And would it be better to partner with already established media houses? So I think there's a lot of farmers from social media experts.
Right. So how can smallholder farmers join the Produce for Lagos scheme? I'm speaking about farmers that have 8 acres of land, like true smallholder farms that are local in Lagos. And then my second part of the question was regarding media. What type of stories should we be creating? Productivity's journey, our learning, and should we partner with other already established media houses? Because again, it's hard to say an expert in farming should also become an expert in marketing and social media. As we know, marketing has been a struggle for farmers because it's a different skill set completely.
Okay. So, hold on. We'll take every question as much as. Hold on, sir.
Hello. So my question is this. There has been no mention of what particularly irks a lot of us that want to do commercial farming, and that's access to seeds. We have been given a lot of seeds, or we buy seeds which have been imported and do not thrive well in Nigeria. We have been told we can take what we call hybrid seeds or GMO seeds, and they don't thrive. What are we doing to protect our own natural seeds that we inherited from our forefathers? bring our own seeds. Thank you.
Ask questions too. I want to ask questions too. I hope you answer most of these are questions. Yes. Yes. Please take note and answer our questions. Now, the youth inclusiveness is a must in this country to any agri development program. The second one goes to Kabesi on the issue of this EU forest deforestation. There is need for serious awareness. These are programs you are doing probably in a segmented area. Cocoa business is larger than this. These are my two questions.
So we'll take the last one for this section.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Oduto Oluwatobi. Okay, so I have a couple of questions here. Before I ask my question, I want to say that in terms of supporting the youth, I think we need to be intentional about the support. Because as youth, support means different things to us. And I'm going to put this question to everybody here in this room. If you look at the percentage of people exhibiting outside, we have a reasonable percentage of youth among them. But how many of us have actually stopped at those stands to even patronize them, even if we don't need those things, just support them? And that's a question to all of us right here. Now, to my question to the our secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture, what percentage of the ministry's budget goes into youth agri development? What percentage exactly? Do you have a specific percentage of the budget in the ministry that goes to the youth and say this one is for the youth, you know, for us to empower them, train them, and fund their initiatives? Also, this also goes to you too, because I believe you are one of our policymakers. And if we look around, we see that a lot of people have messed up agriculture. In Nigeria today, I can tell you frankly that I'm one of the primary youths doing so well in agriculture, poultry, fishery, and all that. It doesn't come easy. It's a lot of sweat and blood. And if you look around, you see that one of the problems we face when we go to seek for money, funding, private investors and the like, they tell us and say that people have come to promise also XYZ amount. One time we trusted them, now they've ran away, they vanished. Now we can't even trust you with this kind of money. And if you look around today, you see that people that are also in the that are also in real estate today, they now use agriculture as a means of selling their lands, promising people to say buy this, buy that, and do agriculture, and then you get a return on it. Now, what law, what policy are we making? Is the government making to protect issues like this in order not to affect the real farmers who are actually laboring in this sector? Thank you very much.
We'll take more questions after this set. We'll take more.
So let me start off with this question that revolves around access to seeds. For farmers in Lagos State, hello? I'm audible, isn't it? So for farmers in Lagos State, we have a trading arm of the ministry that is called the Lagos Agricultural Input Supply Authority, LAISA. They have the mandate to sell agricultural inputs, seeds, fertilizers, agrochemicals to farmers at very reduced prices, at very, very farmer, friendly prices. So all kinds of seeds from vegetables, perishables, tomatoes, pepper, and all of that is available for sale by the trading arm of the ministry. So if you are interested in that, you can please meet up with me and I'll give you details whilst leaving them this program. Otherwise, also, as I've been advised, every opportunity we have like this, we always take feedback to improve on our services and deliverable to Lagosians alike. And my sister here has actually given us one route to take to ensure that we're able to push out our programs aggressively to youth and young and consumers out there in the states, which I will take back and adopt to implement in the course of our business operations in the ministry. So we have a trading arm called Agricultural Input Supply Authority, or company that sells seeds to farmers in the states. And they have offices across all the divisions of the state where farming actually takes place. Now, talking of youth to benefit from Produce for Lagos, Produce for Lagos program is open. There are two levels to that program. We have the Produce in Lagos for Lagos and the Produce for Lagos from what we call the upcountry farming communities and states across the country. Now, we are in the process of onboarding farmers for the program. In fact, just this morning, leaving office this morning, I just gave directive to some of our directors who had interaction with farmers before now. We implemented a program called the Appeals Program, the Commercial Agricultural Development Program, the Lagos Cares Program that have engagement with farmers, and they have database of farmers across the state who are into some form of production within the state. So I gave that directive to bring up all their records, and these farmers are going to be onboarded into the Produce for Lagos platforms, where we'll now have extension officers visit them and ascertain what level of production they are into and what they are producing so that they can benefit from that program. The Produce for Lagos program gives an assured market and also unlocks funding for agricultural activities across the state. So our office is open. We have an agribusiness department that is headed by a director of agribusiness that facilitates this kind of, attend this kind of event. One of our officers is here. Can you just stand up, please, the agribusiness officer? Hello, please stand to your feet, please stand. Stop. So this is from the director of agribusiness. You can link up with him and let him take your details for onboarding into the platform for Produce for Lagos program. And when that program commences, it will serve as a major offtake and aggregation for farmers who produce food within Lagos and for Lagos. Now, going on to the issue of funding for youth in agriculture. Our training program is a total of naira 45 million naira, which we have put out. The application portal is open now. It's just Lagos Agripreneurship Program or lapapplication.com. I'll get the exact website and push on to our chairman here, and he can share to everyone. If you have left your email here, address here, you can always get the application portal to apply to participate in that program. It is open all youths in Lagos from the ages of 18 to 30 for the 4-month program. And for the 2 weeks program, is open for youths that's age 18 to age 40 for 2 weeks. These are the two programs we are running to train youths in agriculture. And one beauty of it all is that the 4-month program is that everyone who participates in that program will receive some form of stipend, for the entire 4-month period that you participate in the program. And at the end of it, there is an enterprise activation that we carry out to support in producing or actually actualizing farming experience within our facility. And this lasts for 1 year also. And after 1 year, from the process that you have made, you can now move out to establish in your own farm. The last set that we had just finished selling their egg-laying birds just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And they have splitted up what they made from it. And each person is moving out to practice in their own farms outside of
our requirements to qualify for that.
To qualify.
To qualify.
First, simply have a passion for agriculture, and also there is no educational qualification, just the age that you are ready to farm in Lagos, age 18 to age 30. So male and female alike, the portal is open for you to apply for the program. Now, moving on, we have what we call the Lagos Agriton program. The Agriton is an agricultural competition where youths who are operating in the space will come and showcase, pitch their, what they are doing in agriculture, and also, compete for a share of a pool of 150 million naira that we have to support farmers, young farmers in the state. Last year, we gave out a total grant of 100 million naira to 26 farmers who pitched their deck and, participate in that program. Some of them are here today, as exhibitors in this very program. This year, it has been scaled to 150 million naira, and the portal is already open, and we're taking on application for that, the Lagos Agriton program, to give out a pool of 150 million naira to support agriculture within the state. Beyond that, also, we are implementing what we call the Lagos Agricultural Scholars Program. which we set up in public and private secondary schools in Lagos State. This is to show the practicality to students who do agricultural science in schools within the state. The program or the project is an integrated form of farming that incorporates livestock production, poultry, aquaculture, and vegetable farming in one single project in schools in the state. We started off last year. We did 7 schools. This year we are taking additional 8 schools that we have started taking the application from those schools presently as we speak. So these are the things we are doing for youth in agriculture. And we're also working with the Ministry of Youth in talking about spreading our reach. We are working with the Ministry of Youth and Social Development through the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Lagos State chapter, to showcase these programs and project these programs to youth in the state. So this is what we are doing for youth across the state. I'm just trying to get.
Okay, I'll answer 2 of the questions. I think it was the last gentleman that spoke wanted to know if anybody here really supported young farmers and stuff, and if we patronize them. Miracle, I beg, where's my shopping bag? Can you just raise it up? Mr. Banjoko had to drag me in. And I'm still going to do some more buying before I leave. And if you know, you know. It's not just because I'm here, especially now when the quality of food, when getting healthy food is becoming more and more of a luxury, if you know what I mean, with adulteration and people doing funny stuff. If you know, you know. You go to the farmer's market. You find a farmer's market close to you, and that's where you do your shopping. So the short answer is yes. Everywhere I see farmers like this, or not just farmers, artisans, people doing stuff, especially young people, that's where I like to put my money. That's one. As to media, I get what you're saying. I've been farming for 10 years. I never reach where they go. So to be asked to document my story alongside trying to figure everything else out might be a big ask. But let's be honest, especially when when what you're doing, whatever it is you're engaged in, is ultimately targeted at servicing people. If you're going to sell something to people, a service, a commodity, an object, you have to get them engaged. And the easiest way to create a ready-made market for your product when it's ready is to get them invested in your story from day one. So the more direct answer would be, if you can afford it, which is a lot of what people do, it's taken us a while to get here, but even corporate bodies are beginning to recognize the importance of having a social media handler. Unfortunately for everybody, these people tend to work freelance. So you can find somebody and work out some sort of arrangement that fits your time and your budget. You can mass produce your content. In the absence of that, you're going to be your own storyteller. And you don't have to tell the story in one day. Just say to yourself, okay, create some sort of loose schedule. Whatever it is, the day I'm feeding, I'll take shots. The day I'm shopping, and just gather all that material. And it's just there waiting for the day you have the time to sit down and edit or give it to somebody else to edit. But it's something that we're going to have to do more and more and more. And even if it's only that you're looking at it with the view of creating a ready-made market for your product when it's ready, then you will see that it's worth the trouble and worth the investment from now. Yeah? Other than that, a third option would be, you asked, you said, would it be okay? Would it be wise to join a pre-existing organization? I'm aware that there are people who do stories, who tell. There was a young lady, I can't remember her name right now, who had me on her show. And it was a talk show designed for people in the agricultural business. Who knows? Maybe as a result of this, someone's going to get a smart idea and design a show. Hey, that person might even be me. And then we'll come interview you, tell your story, and it becomes a thing. but there are options. But in the meantime, you're going to have to do it yourself. With a long game in view. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to very quickly respond to the first question, which talked about a takeaway, an immediate strategy for youth inclusion. I think the most important thing is to quickly define what that means. And we just package it as a brand. How do we create awareness for brands? What do we use? What channels? What stories do we say? And that becomes a message, a brand, whatever we want to call it, to drive youths into this activity, into this industry. So we have a very with us. This is part of it. How did she become known? So these are the sort of strategies that are required. Then the second one I want to talk about is it's not about the supply of seeds now, but I believe it's between the competition between natural seeds, the GM seeds. It's something that we cannot address here. I believe it's something that we need to strategically work towards, that our natural seeds are maintained and kept, because even in Europe, at some point, GMO seeds were not allowed into their region. So it's something that needs to be really addressed. Their awareness issue is similar to the about creating a brand for awareness for the youth. There's a lot going on, but a lot of times pushing out a message requires a lot of funding. We've done a lot at, I'm talking about level engagement, shops, sessions, dialogues from the villa to even last week, I think it was Thursday and Friday, yes. There was a strategy session with the FAO and members of NTF. But one thing that we must know is that the cocoa exporters have also work, because it's about taking data, it's about mapping out farms and all those things. But a lot of things were also not understood that became clearer to them, because a lot of times Nigerians take data without knowing that they're taking data in an illegal manner, can actually get them to pay a lot of fines or even some imprisonment. So these issues were trashed out by the Data Protection Council. Let me quickly on here. A lot of people what the agency is about. A lot of times people just think it's about the moon and the stars. The space agency in Nigeria is the only organization that is empowered constitutionally to take geospatial data for security reasons. So even when Google and all of them are coming into our space, they actually need permission from the space agency to be able to carry out any kind of satellite images. So there's a lot. But how do you begin to unfold all these issues? Except maybe you are in that particular field or area that requires those details or that information, you cannot really know. But on a global level, awareness is key. And trust me, there's a lot going on, especially when it comes to cocoa. And because cocoa is also a free market, a lot of people think they can just go into it without putting certain things into consideration before they engage the farmers, or even not knowing how to engage government to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. As regards quick wins, Mr. Vice President, sir, and we thank God you are also the incoming president, sir. And I've known you for a while, Deputy, yes. I've known you for a while, sir, and I know you are very passionate about food security in the country. Sir, it will be good as part of the takeaway, as a result that we will get before next year, and I know you are coming in December by God's grace. They asked a question about value addition. Immortal rice mill has been something that takes sleep away from me when I think about it. The facility is there. The biggest around, especially let's say around Southwest. However, third largest in the world. However, we always have Southwest Governors Forums meeting. They do it almost quarterly, and yet they cannot produce rice for Lagos. Oyo State can produce the rice needed for that meal. Ogun State can produce the rice for that meal. A combination of the Southwest governors can produce rice for that meal. So we don't understand what's happening, but we know advocacy and experience, we can lobby them. Rice will come from Kebbi. Rice will come from Niger. And yet, it is not profitable for the people bringing it. For every rice that comes from Kebbi, that comes from Niger, that comes from the north, the farmers have not made the money. So this rice mill should make economic development for Southwest. And we have this kind of big mills, but not as big as this in every region. So we need to lobby our governors, knowing fully well that they want votes next year. Yes, this is advocacy now. They want votes next year. And so all the rice mills in their regions, in their states, must work. So the advocacy is give us rice for the mills for votes. If you cannot turn around the mills that are working, if you cannot produce rice for them, and you can take funding, foreign funding, local funding. If you cannot coordinate a mill to work, you cannot govern the people well. So these are tough decisions we need to take. And if the Chamber of Commerce begins to lobby them, because they need votes next year, they will make these things work. If we miss 2025, 2026, a lot of processing plants across the country will not work, and it will be business as usual. So please, sir, it will be something that will be good to happen, within the chamber this year, next year. Our leader also here, we have powerful people in the chamber we need to lobby. Now, then two, when we say smallholder farmers, the definition is changing, and yet we're not aligning with that change. The smallholder farmers used to be the uneducated, semi-poor people in the rural communities. Now, we have a lot of educated people who are now going to the rural communities to farm. That's another new demography of smallholder farmers. So what we normally do is we give 2 bags of fertilizer for 2.5 acres when 8 bags is needed. That is for the rural, unschooled, smallholder farmer. The young guy today who is an ND holder, who is a school cert holder, who wants to rent a house, needs the right type of support. So if we don't pay attention to that changing demography of who a smallholder farmer is, we will not be addressing it properly. Then in terms of seeds, the GMO, I am trained on GMO. in different countries. You know, I'm trained on advocacy. There's a lot of nonsense around GMO going on. I am not for, I am not against, I am on the fence. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? We are concerned right now. I will tell you categorically, less than 0.2% of the seeds in the country is GMO. Do you get? So it's not something we can talk about it for the future. But for now, our seed companies don't have funding. To develop seed is long term. The seed companies cannot go to any bank to get funding to develop maybe 30 seeds, and the 30 seeds may not be good after 10 years. So we need to lobby our multinationals.
Well, he said they are importing it.
So right now, you see, we are not really importing GMOs. We should focus on multiplying the seeds we have locally. If we farmer, let me tell you this publicly, and I don't mind the backlash. As a farmer of 30 years that have been detained a few times due to climate change or policy or some act of God and sometimes mistake, the average Nigerian farmer will take GMO when you give him. Why? So we need to put things in perspective. Why? When the rain stops, this year, many farmers are in debt currently because the rains did not fall for about 6-7 weeks. Now, you now tell a farmer that there are seeds that you can plant, that when the rain does not fall properly, it will still guarantee you the decency of being able to take care of your wife and children. Tell me which farmer will not buy that. So if Nigerians don't want GMOs, they should also, we should support the seed companies. We have seeds that we can multiply, but we are not multiplying it. We're not do you know the people who are supporting GMO the most? The irony of it is, anybody here or listening to me later that goes to the market to price food is 10 naira. Can you take 5 naira? Those are the people promoting GMO. Because every time in the developed countries, we're always saying in US they label, in Europe they label. Do you know they don't price food? No, they don't price food. They don't say it's 10 naira, take 2 naira. No, because every time you overprice food, the middleman's income is affected, and so the farmers cannot make money. Okay, so is that we need to develop, we have hybrids, we have local seeds, we need to focus on that and pay less attention to GMO. If we produce that, we get more GMO. And finally, we don't need many people to be farmers. We don't need many people to be farmers. We need you in the value chain. You that you just spoke, you are not a smallholder farmer. You are an investor in production. The moment you begin to see yourself as an investor, you begin to think at a level. These are conversations we need to have. And by the way, the regulation that I spoke about has been handed over to me. So I'm moving out of finance to communication. Thank you.
So we are going to hold you responsible if it's not effective, Mr. African Farmer. And you know I will do that. And you know I will do that. All right, we have some questions here because I mean, it's time is fast spent, and I'm sure if we're not careful, very soon people will start leaving the room. So I have questions here, which I'll just read out. Lagos State, you do have this one. Is there a standardization protocol for all the produce that Lagos State will accept from farmers in the programs? That's for you, Lagos State. And the other question, I'll just read all the questions. And then the other one is comparing the price margin which you buy off farmers and what they would sell if they went out to the open markets. The price margin between that. You understand? Okay, so that's for Lagos. Then why is it difficult to regulate the importation of unwholesome food like chicken and rice from neighboring countries? And what can be done to stop it that it's affecting local farmers? I wonder who would take that. Government. Okay, Mr. African Farmer. All right. Very soon we'll be looking at you from a government perspective. You are no longer in the private sector. All right, so that's one. And then the other one is some of the challenges that farmers are facing, how to use technology, access to abundance finance to grow their businesses. What measures are being put in place to address this issue? This is to the Lagos State also. So those are the questions we have. So we can only take maybe like 2 questions, but only if you write them down, like 2. No, we can't take you again, sir. Sir? All right, please, let's have this question. Please go ahead.
Okay, so price margin is the first question. And, you know, to drive the Produce for Lagos program, one thing we discovered, or one thing that aspect of that program that we have put in place to ensure its success and also its sustainability is that that program will be strictly driven by a private sector entity that government is putting in place. Because like they say, government has no business in business, and we don't want to launch a program and a fund that, you know, will die maybe at the end of the administration or something else happens and then it's gone. So we are putting up an SPV, a private sector-led organization that will drive the Produce for Lagos program and also manage the 500 billion naira guaranteed offtake fund. Now, this SPV, who are, will be led by, industry experts, big-time commercial farmers, will sit down to discuss price points with farmers. And then the beauty, like we said at the Ab initio, is that price points will be agreed with farmers before production, before they actually get to produce. That will have been agreed on, and a production ticket will be issued to the farmer to say, we are buying XYZ quantity of tomatoes at XYZ price. That will be negotiated and agreed on. And the program is designed to work directly with farmers. What you have is you have farmers who are producing, you have middlemen who are in between, who make all of the money at the expense of the farmer. So Produce for Lagos will work with aggregators, but will also involve direct interaction with farmers themselves to ensure that money actually gets to the hands of the farmers and that they are better off for it at the end of the day, partnering with that program. So that SPV will work to determine price point, which will be very, very favorable to the farmers at one end, and also ensure that the margin of profit on it will be such that it will be affordable to Lagosians who, for whom this program has been designed to be of benefit.
Before you move on to the next question, because I take an example with the AFCFTA. A lot of people say, oh, it's there, you just need to export. But I spoke to some people who have been trying to get on board. The bureaucracy is also something. So while you explain this and it sounds really transparent and nice, what about the bureaucracy? Because dealing with government, those things come up.
That's why I told you that, we are only facilitating as a government. We're an enabler. That program will be run by an SPV that is called the Lagos Market Infrastructure Company, LAFCINCO. It's a company that is being worked on now by the Office of the Public-Private Partnerships to set up, and will be run strictly as a business by the private sector. All of the assets we are building, the markets we are building, will become government equity in that business. So government get to earn royalties and get to earn profits from it, but it will be operated as strictly as a business without the bureaucracy of moving files from. That is out of it for that transaction, and that will be operated by a private sector fund manager outside of government. So we have taken care of that issue to remove all of those things out of the equation in operating that project. So talking about standardization, for establish a department in the ministry that we call the Agro-Produce Food Quality Safety Department. This department has the mandate to ensure that farmers who are into production, processing, adhere to some strict code of conduct. At the House of Assembly is what we call the Lagos Food Bill. It's currently undergoing consideration by Lagos House of Assembly. And once it is passed into law, it will take care of how we produce, how we process food, and how we market food in Lagos. Presently, we are kind of advocacy. If you go on YouTube, you have what is called the Lagos Food Marshals. is a channel on YouTube where we are currently pushing out information on right means of production, right ways of preservation, right ways of processing. And personally, I run a campaign that I call Produce Responsibly, Consume Responsibly, and Distribute Responsibly. And if you eat food, you must be very particular and wary of how your food is produced or how it is marketed. Don't just eat or buy from anywhere. We have people out here today. We have seen what they are doing. You've seen the packaging. That should appeal to you. Say, look, I need to patronize and be sure of what, like the palm oil we saw, sealed, with tamper-proof seals. That tells you some form of assurance and some form of quality that as consumers, you must begin to be deliberate and intentional about as to where you buy and where you get your food from or how your food is produced. Thank you.
Sorry, Lagos, please, I would like if you can help us take this information back. The abattoir and the eco meat guys, when you see them on the road, it doesn't look attractive at all. Please help us to talk to them.
Okay, now for the abattoir system, coming on board as permanent secretary and with my commissioner, we are the abattoir early this year, January. And with the state of things, what we saw there, we actually must agree that indeed things needs to be worked on. If you follow the news some 2 months ago, we invited the Minister of Environment to come to the abattoir and the place was shut down for about 2 weeks to ensure that operators within that space, conform to some measure of standards and some measure of hygiene in terms of meat processing, slaughtering, and transportation in the state. We recently launched with a private sector operator, EcoFresh. EcoFresh brought in brand new vehicles. But the truth of the matter is that, old habit, they say, it die hard, isn't it? So it's difficult for people to change from certain lifestyle and habit that they have been that they have been exposed or used to. And that's where enforcement actually comes in. Working with enforcement, working with the Lagos State Task Force on environmental and all of those things, we are beginning to enforce strict measure of hygiene within our facilities. And if you transport meat in an hygienic way in Lagos State, one, you risk to lose that vehicle and also lose the meat that you are transporting. We have the anti-grazing law in operation in Lagos State. If you allow your cattle to graze on the streets in Lagos, you stand the chance of losing that animal. We confiscate and we don't allow you to take it back. That we are doing in Lagos State. But we expect that people should begin to become responsible, to begin to conform to the measure of standard and standardization. This is Lagos. And we have means and ways of producing and marketing foods in Lagos.
Thank you so much and well done, Lagos State. So we want to give Mr. African Farmer regulating the importation of unwholesome food and the competition, especially rice and chicken, is given to local farmers. And then there's also the issue on funding, abundance farming funding, and technology access.
Okay, so basically, it's a bit challenging. It's a bit challenging to really regulate what comes into the country. It's basically customs, okay? And what has happened over years, since 1999, I've been seeing most ministers of agriculture really shout about customs because customs works for federal. Our borders, if you operate a lot around the borders, I have 5 projects in 5 different borders. They are too porous. So it's customs that we need to pay attention to. Because last Christmas, I had an experience. I went to the market, I wanted to do barbecue. I bought poultry, chicken. I did this chicken. The thing was just, the flesh was just, losing up and falling into the charcoal. I had to go and buy another brand. When you are grilling chicken and it's losing up and it's falling into the charcoal and sticking to the iron, even though we put oil. So we need to talk more, do more advocacy, but most importantly, support local production. There are many poultry people in the country that we need to amplify their brands. If we amplify their brands, because if they spend money on branding more, the cost of the chicken will go up. But if as responsible citizens that want to eat well, if we say, oh, I bought this chicken, it's good, it's made in Nigeria, other people will begin to promote it. But I'm sure Lagos Chamber of Commerce can put up an advocacy, around it and engage. It's mostly about engagement, because if you check it, customs might not be adequately funded also. So it's a two-way thing. Then funding. There's a lot of funds to be unlocked in Nigeria. There are too many funds, patiently waiting, especially in the hands of individuals. I said earlier, collaboration. Many people want to own. Many people want to take debt instead of taking partnership. So instead of going to take debt, you can offer part of the rewards to the person. Many people who are about to retire have a challenge of, what do I do with my gratuity that will be sustainable for another 10 years? So it just takes 3-4 people that you can pitch to and they can support. So we need to look at unorthodox ways of raising funds. But I can tell you this, Nigerians are looking for where to put money. So it's very crucial.
Please go and meet Mr. African Farmer. He knows where the money is. All right.
So then okay. Technology. Please, technology is crucial, but not all the technology you see will work here. This infrastructure to use these technologies are not here. So it is copy, adapt, and adopt. Copy, adapt, and adopt. If you bring anything that will work here, you end up. Thank you.
Can I quickly say something about technology?
All right, sir.
There's a misconception about what technology really means. It is not particularly a physical equipment or tool or anything like that. Technology is built on data. That is what forms the foundation. So for instance, you as an individual can easily create a system. A system of processes is technology on its own, so that you can repeat the same thing the same way in several ways, at different times. And once it's listed out, anybody can pick it up and just repeat the same steps and they get the same results. That's what technology means. And data, so you can say, I use 10 grams of this, 1 ounce of that, and everything, and you list it out. And you can repeat it over the years to get a particular result. So that is the beginning and the foundation of technology. So it's not, it's not something that is out of this world.
Always be so complicated. All right, thank you so much. So we'll take some questions now, the final set. We can't take you again, sorry, because there are people who haven't asked. So, all right, let's have you.
I'm coming, sir. I think there are no female asking question. Let's be balanced, though. Any female? Any female? Any female? Any woman? Okay, please, I'm coming, sir. I want to do ladies first. Just a question.
Good afternoon. I'm blocking the views. My question is for the last speaker. He talked about multinationals coming in, and I want to find out, do we need foreign investors to solve the problem of the seedlings and take care of the problem for us, or what? If you need foreign investors,
The seedlings problem. All right, him, there. Yes, him.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdullahi Aliyu, a young farmer from Niger State. I have 2 questions. The first is, earlier on you said the federal government is planning to inject 1.5 trillion naira into BOA. And we know BOA, they are still analog. How can one assess these funds from BOA if even up to now, you cannot do transfer to end of their account. That's one question. The second one is the young farmers from my state, Niger State, they have been cultivating tons of grains. But now, for example, the federal government recently just announced the ban of shell nut. We have so many of them being wasted in Niger State. How can one leverage this fair now so that we can have a link with those farmers, young farmers in my state who are wasting? So they are throwing it away, they are playing with it. And this is money wasting. But we don't have the market. If we can leverage with this fair, we can connect, it will go a long way. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rabi Farouk from FarmShore. My question actually is, I am in aquaculture and I produce catfish, but we know that we have perennial challenges, which has to do with periods, most especially the rainy season, you have gluts, despite the fact that what Nigeria consumes in terms of fish is around more than 3 million metric tons, and our production is still just above 200,000. But we still have problem of gluts in the country. But part of the challenge I'm seeing recently, which I probably need our government to look into, is that we can understand when we have frozen fish being imported. But we have scenarios now where people are importing smoked fish that we have capacity to produce and we are producing, to the extent that those that are even buying from us, which are the farmers that are producing catfish, are having constraints of ability to sell in the market because they are having tonnages of smoked fish being imported into the country. So in other words, you are killing the local industry just because we are allowing people to bring in anything they like. Whereas just in Ghana there, you can't take tilapia there. They will not take it from you. They won't allow it to enter their country. So what are we doing? There's little farmers can do. We are producing, we are investing.
We as the consumers, we also have to change our taste bud and be intentional.
No, I'm not talking about, you are bringing pangasius that we are producing locally, and you are bringing smoked pangasius. What is the big deal in it? We are already producing it. Why are you importing it?
Okay, all right. Please, let's have the microphone this way. We can take two from this way, please. 2 people. All right, him. And the final person. Can't we have a lady representation? Women. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Do we have a lady here? You? Yeah, okay. So that'll be the final question, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kola Olusegun. Yeah, my questions are, we have been talking about youth in agriculture, and I think our major issue is our universities and polytechnic, you understand? So a lot of universities have mass land whereby they can just start cultivating, rearing animals and all, whereby we agricultural students that have studied agriculture, there's nothing enticing about agriculture to them. They are not seeing anything enticing in the school. Most agricultural graduates, we just end up, some people content creation, tailoring, real estate and all. Like the youth are not, like they are not seeing the money in agriculture. And we are only hearing that there's money in agriculture, but we are not seeing anything at all. For real, like the agriculture is not quite interesting for the youth. And my second question is this. About food safety. We have been talking about food security. We are not paying attention to food safety. The Honorable Commissioner, he said something about the abattoir. I can say for a fact in this Lagos, there are a lot of local abattoirs in the streets whereby they just slaughter cattle and just sell to people at the market without no regulations. My great Ogasa, the African farmer, he was saying something about chicken. I'm a broiler farmer. I raise organic broiler chicken. You understand? So like a lot of farmers just do chicken, just raise people that are not even farmers, that know nothing about agriculture. They will just go and buy chicken, start rushing them antibiotics. Whereby after they will now sell to people and people are not eating something that is going to
affects them. Something that's going to harm them.
Let's have the final question. Food safety, and of course, making it attractive. Show the youth the money. No, we'll come to you. We'll have a final question.
Thank you. My question is about credit facilities for modern farming, like hydroponics and greenhouses. So are there any credit facilities or financing programs specifically aimed at yield improving modern farming methods, like I have earlier said? Then number two, it's about labor, you know, from experience, from your experience, my facilitators up there, what are the biggest challenges facing new farming operations? And what advice would you give for addressing the issue, particularly getting reliable hands, that's labor? Thank you.
I will
so much.
I will take the question about show me and answer Madame's question from a personal perspective based on my own journey. Now, if you ask me to draw a comparison between being a farmer and being an actor, I'll tell you they have one major thing in common. If you get into any of these industries expecting to see money first, let me tell you now, go and do something else. Don't be an actor, be a farmer. Those two, in my experience, in my personal experience, those are two professions you will have to invest in. You will serve before it serves you. In fact, as an actor, they will tell you, make sure you have an alternate source. Because in the early days, the jobs are few and far, and you need to pay the bills. Is a long-term development plan. You will invest your time, you will invest your money, you will invest your resources for a number of years. Hopefully you get your system word go before you begin to see a profit. Anybody that tells you otherwise is not telling you the entire truth. Maybe that applies somewhere else along the value chain. I don't know if you go into production or packaging or logistics, you can make quick money very quickly. But if you're in the downstream, if you're actually engaged in the farming, it's not sharp, chiri. You will invest time and emotions. Ma'am, again, from personal experience, the greatest advice, the biggest lesson I've learned is that you cannot farm via proxy. You have to be involved. You have to be there. You have to monitor your farm. You have to be physically invested. You have to get your hands dirty in that farm. Otherwise, at best, you'll be working for other people. At worst, you'll be running at a complete and total loss. And I have found that as a farmer, money is the least of your problems. In fact, I think it was in year 5 that I got experts from the bank because I thought I had a money problem. I thought I had a funding problem. And my farm is fully funded by me. And by the time they did a forensic audit, it wasn't a money problem I had a people problem. I had a management problem. So unless two things, get the right people, and even after you get the right people, you have to be present. It's your farm. It's not something you can manage long distance or via proxy. That's I'm sure experts will have more.
Thank you. Let me start from there. So some of us have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of this system of agric. And some of us have been able to coach a few people who are very successful. You will learn on the job. You will face challenges. It is normal. But you should not repeat our mistakes. That's very crucial. So I would say The few people I'm coaching are not making my mistakes. Because I went through the order to be able to teach and train. Many people teaching today have not seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. Nigerians are very quick to learn 6 months and go on social media and begin to talk like an expert. So fundamentally, it's who are you learning from? I would also take responsibility because I don't point fingers. Some of us have also not made ourselves available either in setting up structures and systems for new people to learn from. So I take that responsibility because everybody keeps saying the same thing. When I got into the system, the same mistake President Obasanjo made, General Kenny made, the people, everybody is still making the same mistake. Nothing is changing in terms of, so we need to stop that now to ensure that we set up coaching and mentorship. You must serve somebody. There's a man back there, I'm not sure if you want me to mention his name, but Biodun attended a free seminar, free, a few years ago at Okwebi Sweet Sensation. Free seminar on how to grow corn. It started with, I think, 5 acres, 15, 30 to 800 acres. Biodun, please stand up. Biodun, stand up. Please. That's Biodun. Please sit down. Why did I say this? From free seminar, 5 acres to 800 acres, leveraging government land, not private sector land. So if we are, I don't complain about government because there are many things government have that we don't know. But he is teachable, he is coachable, and he is also determined. You know, and you must play the long-term game. So what I'm saying is that there are many success stories, but we don't amplify them enough, and we allow people make the same mistakes. So that's about that. I want to say this. For the people who are interested in the nation, I'm interviewing the Minister of Agriculture on the 15th. It's going to be virtual. You know, the Agri Group will send the message out. One of the most important things that we don't do is that we don't show up in conversations for people in office to know that there is a critical mass of people there. I see that missing. Just, they will not do anything. They will not do anything. I sacrificed 1 year of my life to be able to understand how these things work there. So please pay attention. Then seeds.
We should share that information again. I'm sure if it's out there, people would want to join in. So where is the interview? How is the interview? How can people participate?
Okay. So it's going to be streamed on Agric FM handles, or you can check my handles, African Farmer M. It's going to be streamed on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Zoom. But the flyers will just be out on Friday. So I'll push it. Please push it. Please, again, I say, send it. Let a critical mass be there so that the good thing is the minister is not just coming, he's coming with the directors and the 45 parastatals under him. They will be mandated to be live there. So when somebody asks a question, a team will be taking a department responsible for that. So it's not just you're talking to the minister.
Questions come in via X or what?
Yeah, so it can come in via X. You can send in the questions ahead of time, but there will be live questions. People will be allowed to ask live questions. I'm happy that the minister is always not afraid to take live questions. Okay, so let us take advantage. There is more than ever, we are having a lot of commissioners of agriculture who know the industry. We are having, at least fairly, I can speak for this minister that he wants to collaborate and is a listener. He wants to collaborate, is a listener. So when you show up online and we're having like 20,000 people real life, it says something. So please, let's pay attention. And if you don't ask the question, we will not be able to hold a director accountable. And I can say it to you, a lot of people want a change, Because right now, the people working in the ministry, if anything happens, they know you work in the Ministry of Agriculture, you work in the, so it's also a security risk for everybody. So everybody wants to show something. However, I'm not vouching, that there will be a magic. I'm just saying that it's an opening. Seeds, we don't need foreign agencies to, transform our seed business. We might need to leverage a few things, but we really don't need them. We need the multinationals in Nigeria. We need rich people in Nigeria to act like rich people abroad. Fund long-term things that you don't see. Until we begin to do a campaign to ask some of the public, the rich people in quotes, to say, fund seed. They will not fund seed. It's a social media campaign advocacy. We need to think out of the box. BOA farmer, yes, it is analog, totally analog. That's one of the reasons why they brought a digital person there. But it will not happen overnight. Please, there are monies also locked there. Go to that analog location. People that are not really educated are getting this money because they go there. Showing up is one of the most important things with Nigeria. Show up there. If you don't show up there, you now say political people took it. Show up is analog, we know, but show up. The monies are there. When they are releasing the monies must go. So show up. So if you need $1 million and all they are giving is 250,000, if you take something out in your cost, take it. So don't expect the system to change for you. Plug into the system. And what many people, private sector, don't know about government is that the ones that show up and are committed, they are the ones that they will mostly keep amplifying and supporting and scaling. So showing up is very, very important. The share butter that you mentioned, yes, government has placed a temporary ban on share butter. I don't subscribe, raw share butter. Raw share not. I personally don't subscribe to the immediate ban. Okay, it could be done in the next 3 months, 4 months, but we need those kind of policies. It is just the immediate that disrupts things, but at the end of the day, it will balance out. But we need things, processes.
And I know that there's I think it's in the process of a law where everyone is compelled to add at least 20% to every raw material, but I'm not done with the process of making it a law yet.
So yes, you see,
it has been. Oh, okay. I
so
apologize.
you see, sometimes in Nigeria, reality and policy, we need to strike a balance. We don't pay attention to policies. The policy can say add value, primary value, change the state, but no, we will not change the state. So sometimes this kind of ash things, Nigerians like it with a little toughness. That's the truth. The reality, many people will not speak the truth. You'll be thinking backlash. But the truth is that if we don't develop locally, if we don't add value, you will find out that the big players now will have no choice but to rush and bring equipment in to process. And that's how we create the jobs in. But I don't subscribe to the immediate now. Then smoked fish. When I was in Jigawa in 2001, there is nothing new under the sun. No. We just need a little more exposure. I began to bring fish from Adija Market to Onyigbo to sell. And we'll take plantain from Ijaye in Oyo State back to Jigawa and Kano to sell. And if you get to Adija Market, you will find like 30, 40 trailers that bring fish from Sahel. And from there, most of the fish we have been eating in Onyigbo is not from Nigeria. The smoked fish is from Mali, it's from Senegal, it's something over 40 years. When they bring fish, they take grains back or they take animals back. We are the ones, what is making fish farmers have issues is our cost of production is high. Corn is high, soya is high. Now that corn has gone down, there's another shout again that the farmers are not making money. It's not the farmers that are not, it's the middlemen that are not making money. So bottom line, let's understand the market, how it works. Let's travel a bit and we'll get it done. Credit facility challenges with facing farming. You must get mentored. Get mentorship and get coached. After you go through mentorship in Nigeria, meaning they're teaching you what to do, then you now get coached. A player and a coach, they stay together. So if you get mentored and you don't get coached, policies will change. Let me say this for anybody, and I'll stop with that. For anybody planning to go into agribusiness fresh, or you want to scale, every year preceding election, I have studied this since 1999, 25 years now. Every year preceding elections, policies change, policies are withheld, so if you want to start, dynamics will change. Immediately after election, the first 2 quarters after election, dynamics will change. So if you are not being coached or mentored, you will lose money. So you know now. So it's to get the right information. You will find a comma at the back of most policies during election year. Thank you.
Right, please, let's appreciate our panelists. I think they did very well. Oh, you have something to say.
I just want to quickly add something because I started my address in the morning about the ban on share. There was a bill that has been passed. You cannot export raw stuff without adding value. What is left that people have not really understood is how do we define added value? Cocoa or share, any of this, or coffee or anything. When you harvest the pods, it's raw. You ferment it, you dry it, you bag it. You've added value. So when you export it like that, you've added some, possibly you can say 20 to 30%.
Yeah, because some people ask, how do you measure 20% for different crops?
It's now left to the government and the stakeholders to define what that 30 or 20% is. The gentleman over there said, oh, we have share that is rotting away now. How come they're just noticing that it's rotting away now the week after the announcement? What happened before? There are several raw share processing companies in the country that are almost moribund because not even the farmers, the middlemen, the exporters actually prefer to export than to sell locally. But guess what has happened in the last few days after that announcement? The price of share in Nigeria has dropped by almost 50%, which means that the processing plants can now have products to process. So we need to be very careful. We also need to understand about local production. I'm not saying we should focus on local production and forget about quality or standards and stuff like that. But I'm saying we should be thinking about local manufacturing, local processes, because beyond the extra profit that goes into the middleman's pocket, we're looking at job opportunities, job creation. We're looking at opportunities to even advance a lot of understanding in terms of technology and stuff like that. And that can create a lot of multiple effects. And that's what this whole thing is about. The 21st century system, changing the narrative. Changing the narrative. Africa cannot be defined by poverty. Africa is rich, and we must be defined by the wealth we carry, the dignity we carry. You know, that must be our takeaway from here. It is about dignity, it's about wealth, it's about, I mean, let's look at even the cerebral capacity, intellectual. I mean, anywhere, this, you know, one question, has our education fallen? I'm asking, has our education standard fallen? Okay, good, you said yes. Guess what? A Nigerian would graduate from Nigeria as a doctor and become an expert in the US, where the education standard is supposedly better than Nigeria. So what is falling is the infrastructure, that physical infrastructure that is decaying, that we're not really improving on. But one thing that is for sure is that up here, we are not falling. We continue to rise, and let us define ourselves like that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please do appreciate the panelists. I think they did wonderfully well. We're able to relate, you know, we're able to ask questions and relate with the answers. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate that. I wonder if the chairman would want to join. I think they want to take a picture before the panelists would leave. Chairman.
Thank you so much. On that note, please just hold on with Mr. President. We have some plaques to present. Femi, please. For our special guest of honor, the representative of the commissioner will have this. Sir, this way. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Oba Dokun Thompson. Yes.
Kábíyèsí o.
Thank you so much. Mr. Africa Farmer, Mogaji. Benny. Next one, next one. Next is our uncle today, Mrs. Ini Johnson Mekwa. Please take a step. Last but not the least, our very delectable actress, Ireti Doyle. Please put your hands together for her, please. Thank you so much, Mr. President, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. For a recap of all that happened today, this is to be done by no other person than Honorable Rotimi Abiru, And you know, when you have that name sounds something to me in Ikorodu. Put your hands together for Honorable Rotimi Abiru. He's the deputy chair of the Agri Group here at LCCI. Let's clap for Honorable Abiru, please.
Well, thank you very much. We want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. Today, we've heard so much from our speakers, and I'm sure that we have take-homes from what has been discussed there today. For me, it is clear that the agri-business is a viable business, particularly for the young ones. Lagos State government are actually doing quite a bit, and as said by the commissioner, they've reeled out the different programs that they are doing, and they also let us realize that even in the ministry, there is a director of agribusiness whom we can follow up with to actually, for those of us that have not keyed into their programs, the opportunity is there for us to leverage on what they've been doing. On the issue of social media again, it is clear to us that we need to make ourselves visible. All that we do, we need to let people see us, and so that we can get the necessary support and patronage. Well, in terms of technology, I mean, we've been told that when they say technology, it is not about computers per se. It is about keeping necessary data. And of course, we expect that we should have standard operating procedures for all that we do. The process that we do, we must try and document it so that after us, some people can actually benefit from us. And from Mrs. Reti Doyle, she told us that it is a must that we must document our. We must be seen as glamorous farmers. We must be proud with what we're doing. And let us document our journey. No one's going to do that for us than ourselves. On this note, we want to thank each and every one of you, particularly the moderator for today's panel session. I think she's done wonderfully well. Thank you very much for having you. We hope to have you tomorrow as well. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable. For a vote of thanks today, I have the Director General of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Chinyere P. Salmona, FCA, represented by the Director of Membership, Mrs. Teniola Okeyemi. Put your hands together for her as she makes her closing remarks.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while I stand an existing protocol, thank you very much. As we come to the end of today's Agro Fair and Symposium, we'd like to express our deepest appreciation to the special guests of honors, stakeholders, exhibitors, partners, and participants who have made this event a resounding success. Today, we have witnessed engaging discussions, innovation showcases, and valuable networking opportunities that reaffirms the immense potential opportunities involved in the agricultural sector in driving economic growth, food security, and sustainable development. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry reaffirms its commitment to supporting initiatives and that promotes agri-businesses, encourages investment, and empowers our farmers and entrepreneurs to thrive in a competitive global market. We believe that this conversation and collaboration that has started will not just end today, please note, but will grow into a stronger partnership that will transform the agricultural landscape in our nation. On behalf of the Chamber, We want to say thank you once again for your participation and your contribution. We look forward to a more engaging conversation tomorrow. We wish you a safe journey back to your various destinations. Thank you and God bless you all.